Hello, hello, hello. I totally kept off going into this until the very last second. So I am surrounded by books in my chair here. So I may have to spend the first couple of minutes of our first sprint literally just making space for myself to sit. Anyway, how are you guys today? Are you ready to read it? I'm so ready. I okay. I was checking to make sure I brought my glasses over. I cannot wait to read this book. I've been looking forward to this for a while, and yeah, I'm excited about this. So, yeah, this should be good. So, let me guys know how you what format you're reading this in. Do you find a physical edition? Are you going to listen to this on audiobook, or are you going to what are the other options? E-reader. Did I cover them all? I feel like I repeated myself and then skipped something. Anyway, let me know what format you're reading this in, and also let me know what your interest was in reading this. Mine was just, I had never heard of this book. And when I see an author that I feel like is really, really well known, and I see a book by them that I've never heard about, I'm curious. I don't know about you guys. Oops, that's my phone. Like I said, I was in the middle of 12 things and cutting this off until the last minute. Ooh. We're just going to have a hectic beginning here. Let me turn my phone off and then we will get to the comments and I will see how you're doing. But I am looking forward to spending the evening with you guys. And I'm basically going to be here at least until I finish this book or until I start to fall asleep, whichever happens first. So that's my goal anyway. Hello, Leslie. How are you? I'll see you then. See who win. I'm a little confused. I swear there were other comments on here earlier. I thought Vanessa left a comment, and I definitely don't see that anymore. Anyway, Teresa said, I may be a little late, but I will be here. Wonderful. Can't wait to see you. Good evening, Kay, or good later in the night for you. Hello, Samira. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Kay said she is so ready. I feel you there. Hello, Sue. How are you doing? Yes, excited to read. I know. Have we been waiting long enough for this? Okay, and Kay has a physical copy. Nice. And Tammy has a hardback edition. Very nice. And Sue will be doing an ebook of it. Wonderful. And hello, Grandma Susan. I've never read any books by her. Wow. Okay, nice. And you're familiar with her titles, had no idea she wrote this book. Well, this will be so interesting. And I just have to say, Susan, after you read this book, please go and read Little Women, because without reading this book, I can already tell you they're so different. So different. Just knowing that this is a sensation novel and having read Little Women, I'm ready. I'm ready for it all. And hello, Dee Dee. How are you this evening? And Shauna Lee, hello. You read that book years ago and you loved it, but you loved Alcott. Wonderful. Are you reading it again with us tonight? I'm assuming. So I don't know if you guys saw, I think in the video that I posted last Saturday, maybe it's coming out tomorrow. I'm so confused by my own posting and recording schedule that I don't even know where I am in time in my recording schedule. But anyway, I found out that April is Alcott April. Somebody is doing a readathon for that. So we're technically, all jumping in and doing a readathon with them. And in fact, if I don't finish this book tonight, I believe tomorrow night, Beautiful Minutia, who's one of the co-hosts for the read-along, is getting on with her co-host, and they are all doing live sprints tomorrow, I think starting at noon Eastern Standard Time. So I'll finish it then if I don't finish it now. That's all I'm saying. And Sue said she's reading it because it looked interesting. I agree. And Dee Dee said, I saw Vanessa's message earlier when I turned on the notification. Yeah, I did too. And am I right that you don't see it anymore? Maybe she moved it, but which is fine. But I was just like, something looked weird when I came back. And Sarasha says hi, popping in to say hello, hello. In my book haul life, hello, beginning the physical book during the first sprint. Yes. Wonderful. And Grandma Susan said, I need to finish some other books, but we'll read this soon. That's totally fine. I love this concept of reading a book together or until we drop off. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And hello, Heather. Heather says, I'm reading it because we have such similar thoughts on books. True. I'm working until 7, but I got a jump start early this morning on a few chapters. Nice. Okay, very good. So you'll be about the same place as we are. Good strategy. I like that people have been like building strategies as we're coming up to this. They're like, okay, some people were like, I'm taking naps so I can do this. I'm having late coffee. Da, da, da. What did I do? Nothing. I had a horrible night of sleep and I've prepared in no other way. So we'll see how this goes. In fact, I'm looking at my ring light over there and realizing that it's eventually going to get dark and I'm going to have to like keep adjusting my light. So we'll see how that goes. Anne says, I don't have the book. It's been a horrible week. Oh no, Anne, I'm so sorry. Oh, I hope it's not still related to the dog bite. But I know that you should be able to get this book on Project Gutenberg. So if you're still interested in reading and that's something you feel like doing, you can search Project Gutenberg online and you can do a search for this book. And I am 90% sure that I checked and that it is on there. And you can read that straight off your computer. You can I'm pretty sure you can download it onto e-reader. You can do it as a PDF. You can read it on your phone. So there's an option if you still want to read it. If not, just hang out. Even if you just hang out and just sip tea and listen to us talk and watch TV, do what you need to do. And hello, Amber Lee. Amber Lee said, hello, I'll be reading other things as I don't have a copy of the book. That is totally fine. Same thing. If you want to read it, you should be able to get it on Project Gutenberg. Otherwise, read whatever, do whatever. So we're just here hanging out per usual. Heather says, I have the paperback very beat up. Yeah, mine is actually surprisingly, even though it's used, like the edges of the book and stuff are pretty rough. But like, look at this spine. It's so smooth. So very gently used. Um, Grandma Susan said, I will read Little Women too. Thank you for the recommendation. Love your reading sprints, relaxing and helpful. Oh, you're very welcome. I'm glad they come off as relaxing. I've had multiple people tell me that this week that I come across as very soothing, which is very good. Because I was telling my husband, like, I feel like I'm like, "Ah." So I'm glad I don't come across that way. And Melinda said, I recently saw, or hi, Melinda, by the way. I recently saw this book at my friends at the library bookstore. Oh, you should have picked it up. Look at that. I was trying to tell you, Melinda, pick me. And my book Called Life said, my physical hardback has a rose with a twine bow. Oh, interesting. I will in a moment put a link to my Discord below because I have made a little channel on my Discord server. I don't know why I'm struggling with words. And so we can post and chat there. We can hide comments there. If we want to make a spoiler comment, there's ways to hide that. And then you can also show pictures. So if in the Discord you want to post a picture of what your cover of your book looks like, because it doesn't look like this, you can do that as well. So that's another fun thing that we can do. And Kay said they disappear if left too early. Oh, interesting. Well, then that's good for Vanessa because she did mention that she left it really early and I did happen to come on and see it. So I'll have to let her know that. And the stream doesn't start, but yes, they are gone now. Okay. I don't know if anyone other than Vanessa left one, but I did see Vanessa's. So that's good. And Shauna said it was a surprising book to me. I didn't know what to expect. Yes. Yes, I could definitely see that. Teresa said, I am reading a physical copy I have had for maybe 10 years. I think you mentioned that before, right? That you had had it for a long time but had never read it. That's interesting. And Dee Dee says, hi to Amber Lee. We meet again today. Ooh, sprint hopping, going around different places. Just nice. Grandma Susan just purchased it for Kindle at $1.99. Oh, that is a good deal. And Amberly says hi to Dee Dee. Nice to see you again. It's always fun when you go around and you see different people. And Tammy says to my book called Life, I have the same hardback, very pretty cover. Very nice. Well, before I forget, let me get you guys the Discord link. Boop, boop, boop. And I am so bad at Discord, guys. I don't know if you use it yourself, but I am like such a newbie when it comes to it. It's kind of funny. Okay. Anyway, if you haven't joined my Discord, there is the link in the chat, and you can use that to join me over on Discord. And you will see that there is a special area that is specifically just for this book, and we can leave comments there. And I will try in our first sprint to go over and leave a comment showing you how to basically black out your comment if you want to write something that's a spoiler, but make it so that people can't see it until they click on it. But we will also be talking here. But I will ask that in the chat that we make sure that we also label in the chat if we're going to make something spoiler, a spoiler comment. And I will be sure to put spoiler on the screen when we are talking spoilers, because yeah, we will all read at different paces, which is totally fun. But if we want to, we can also talk about what's happening in this book. So, are you guys ready? I'm ready. I've been so ready. I've been ready since I bought this book. And Samira says, I am bad at checking my Discord, but I still stop by to chat. Yeah, I'm horrible at checking it. So if you like message me or leave something in my Discord, like give me at least 24 hours before you're like, Nicole, did you get my message? Because the answer is probably no. No, I didn't. All right, we're ready to go. Okay, let me pull up the clock. I'm thinking for this first sprint, let's just do a quick 45 minutes and like see. I mean, 45 minutes isn't that quick, but you know what I mean. Let's do a shorter 45 minutes and just get into it, see what's happening, come back, see how we're feeling about life and all the things. So, yeah, let me set our timer up here. I don't know that I've ever been so excited to read books with people as like right now in this moment. All right, there we go. Happy reading. I'll see you in 45 minutes. Hello, 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 and welcome back. How did that sprint go for everybody? I have so many thoughts. So many thoughts. I'm going to start with non-spoiler thoughts. Where did my book just go? Oh, hang on. I just threw my book on the floor. Okay. I was putting some other books on the floor because, like I said, I'm in a chair full of books right at this moment. And apparently, I threw my book on the floor with it. So tell me what you think so far. So far, my thoughts are, oh my gosh, poor Rosamund. Like, what are you about to get yourself into? And it's pretty obvious to everyone but her, probably, what she's about to get herself into. But yeah, it's gonna be sensational. So if you don't know a lot about the sensation genre that came out of like Victorian periods and eked into Edwardian times, um, is it is a time period where the writing was very sensationalized. So there will be what may feel to us kind of cheesy drama going on, but that was very much a trope that was used was everything was very emotional. There will be lots of sighing and crying and flailing of hands and passing out most likely. So it's very, very like high drama. Like think soap opera kind of level of things happening. So that is very much what I'm anticipating. That is very much what Rosamund was giving me at the very beginning with like her own like, oh, I'd rather sell my soul to Satan than stay here a day longer. Um, and by the way, her grandfather's response, oh, speak of Satan, here he comes. Like, what? Anyway, let me get to the comments and see what you guys are saying before I get into some spoiler thoughts. But I have a plenty of non-spoiler thoughts about what we just read as well. So when we left off, I saw Teresa was saying, I think I remember you mentioning this before, Teresa, that Discord never lets you in. And don't worry, you can put your comments here. Just make sure that you put in big letters spoiler before you say your comment and try to keep them during the time that I put spoiler up on the screen. So that'll help everybody. And Glinda says, hello, hello, welcome, Glinda. Nice to see you here. And Teresa was saying that she started late, but she went back and rewatched and caught up, and you're probably in real time with us now. And Rachel, hello, Rachel. I am having a wonderful day. How are you today? And hello, Alex. Alex is Alex at Frank Fiction. I co-hosted the Dorian Gray read along with her, and I'm usually on her sprints Friday nights. So I will miss you, Alex. You're probably back to your sprints already, but hopefully your sprints go excellent as well. She always has good sprints. She has like fun questions for you to ask, usually like 30 to 45-minute reading sprints. So that's where I am usually every Friday night, unless I'm busy. And Christina, hello, Christina. Sprint hopping a bit and baking a bit. Hoping to read a bit too. Yay! Thanks for hugging the like button. What are you, if you're still here, Christina, what are you baking? And Glinda says, hey there, Rachel, Frank, and Christina. Well, Rachel, Alex, and Christina. Yeah. And Christina says hi to Glinda and hi to Alex. And hey, Ben, how are you doing? Can't stay, but I wanted to stop in and say hi. Well, hello to you too. Hope to see you soon. And Rachel said hello to Alex and Christina and Glinda. And Rose, hi Rose, a new subscriber. Well, thank you for subscribing and welcome. And you've been reading along with your past sprints. Oh, this is the first time you caught live. Yay. I'm always asleep when you stream. Yeah, that happens. So I'm guessing you're on like a far side of the world, or maybe work night shift. All those things are possible. Well, I'm excited to have you here, and I'm glad you could make it live. That's really exciting. And Glinda says hello to Rose. And hi, Courtney. How are you doing? Not reading this book, but you're reading. Hey, that counts. And welcome, welcome. And Glinda says hello to Courtney. And Teresa says, this book seems like an autumn read. I could kind of see that with like the windy vibes and that kind of thing. Yeah, I could kind of feel that. And Courtney says hello to Glinda. And Heather says, so as it opens, I was thinking Rose and Amber need to meet. Yes, yes, Heather. I was also thinking about Rose and Heather. Like, I mean, I was also thinking about Amber because I was like, you guys could definitely hang out together and wine and dine. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I recently read in March a book called Forever Amber. And mm, but I don't know, Amber kinda annoyed me more, so we'll see how Rosebud does. And Kay says, "Way too many thoughts." Oh, let us know what some of them are, Kay, because I have tabbed some of my thoughts, and we'll share them in just a moment. And Rachel's saying hello to Courtney. Sue said, "It is interesting." It is interesting. Christina's making cornbread. That sounds yum. My book called Life. I read chapter 1 during the first sprint. I reread occasional paragraphs to fully absorb. Yep, I do find that there's some paragraphs that read faster and other paragraphs I'm like, "Wait, what are they saying here?" And there's a lot of allusions, which are very interesting. And Christina said, "Welcome to Rose and to Courtney and to Rachel." And Courtney is saying hi to Rachel and Christina. And yes, thank you. I hope we enjoy it as well. It's rainy and windy day in central Indiana as I'm reading and aligns with the book. Oh, there you go. You've got like the atmosphere. Is there a tempest outside your home? Please let us know. I thought that was such a cheesy line at that one point where she was like, "Oh, I love Tempest." And he's like, "That's great because I'm going to be here for a while." And for those of you not reading the book, the main male protagonist in the book, his name is Tempest, Philip Tempest. So it was a bad pun, is what that was. And Samira said, I didn't read too much, but I liked when Rosamund does not put up with the grandfather's rude comments. Yeah. I think that's one of the things that's already making me like her more than Amber is that like Rosamund is taking no nonsense. Like she's like, "Okay, here we go." So we can talk about chapter 1. So I'll go ahead and put up spoiler banner. It says chapter 1 and 2, but feel free to mention some spoilery comments if you want. And I will leave this up, so if you want to mute me so that you don't hear me, you can go ahead and I'll remove that when I'm no longer talking spoiler things. But I'm going to talk about stuff that happened in chapter 1 that I just had to make note of. One, I already mentioned my mentioning the Satan comment over and over again. Oh, speak of Satan and he appears. Yeah. And then, so I felt like there was a lot of foreshadowing that happened in these two chapters. Like one, she was talking about oh, how one day, like, she feels like her grandfather is gonna, like, regret how he's treated her. So I'm like, "Okay, yep, marking that, wanna see when that day happens." Like, okay, I'm predicting a bad future for Rosamund because there's her own prediction that one day her grandfather is gonna be like, "Oh, all full of regret." There was the whole incident with the tree where she's like, "Oh, there's this superstition that when the tree dies, so will I." Like, who comes up with that superstition? I guess because it was her tree. Um, and there was a third one. I'll see if I get to it in my things. Um, oh, and then there's like this whole concept of freedom and liberty going on, like for women. So I'm really interested to see where Louisa goes with that theme because she seems to be really harping on the idea that there's so few choices that women have, right? Because like even at one point towards the end of chapter 2, um, Philip is like listing all of them. Well, you could be a governess, you could be a seamstress, you could be like this other seemingly boring but typical job for indigent. It, I can't say the word for women. And she's like, yeah, none of that sounds exciting. I want to be free. I want to be happy. I want to experience pleasure. And pretty much the message I'm getting is, yeah, you can't have that because you're a young single woman with, nobody to sponsor you or whatever. So I'm very fascinated by that scene. Um, yeah, I talked about him and his name and his horrible puns. I talked about the tree. What else did I have? Um, oh, and that was the third foreshadowing was Tempest in his dream or whatever. or where he saw his fate. And he was like, "Oh yeah, my fate was just a lovely dead woman and a dead old man mourning over her, and myself standing nearby with an expression of remorse and despair." Well, I wonder what's going to happen later in the book. Like, I don't know about you, but I'm like, run, girl, run. All of this is lining up to be doom for you at the end. Um, and then what else? Oh, and then when Tempest is talking about like, is it just me or is he dropping like numerous hints about like, yeah, well, I've had affairs with a few people, maybe kidnapped a few girls, and da da da. Because he's talking about his time in Venice or wherever, where he's like, oh yeah, I was just going around with this friend, and she figures out the friend was a woman friend, and she was like, oh, and she saw her fate too, and it was that she was going to see her husband. But don't worry, she saw him a few days later with a bullet through his chest. He was very calm about it. So you had a duel with this girl's husband? Like, does that mean you were having some affair with her? Like, okay, dropping some subtle hints that weren't so subtle. And then when Ippolito comes on the scene and he's like, by the way, like, he's gonna take you, like he's kidnapped this other person. He's gonna be with you like he was with that other chick. And like he's like, shut up, dude. Like, so this is already, I don't know. I don't know. All I know is like, isn't there a story? I think Kiana told me about it that was like Run Rose Run. Yeah, that could be about this girl. Cause like I'm like, yeah, no, don't hang out with this dude. Don't feel sorry for him. Don't go on his boat. Cause then she's like, because there's a reason. You're not sure if when he was joking a bit about kidnapping you on his boat, whether or not he was actually joking. Just saying. I'm just saying. So I'll take down my banner. I'm done talking about all my spoiler things. Hopefully, if you guys mentioned any spoilery comments here in the chat, that you wrote spoiler before them. If not, you are welcome. Like I said, you can go to the Discord. The link is up there, and you can leave spoiler comments there. Okay, so let me get back to the chat. I didn't star where I left off, so give me a moment. Let's see. My book called Life. It was windy in central Indiana. Um, Samira said she didn't read too much, but liked when Rizman, oh yeah, didn't put up with the grandfather's rude comments. Kay left her comments on Discord, but writing and highlighting in my ancient copy cannot resist. I totally understand that. Yeah, and when we go back to the next one, I'm going to check the Discord stuff. And Tammy says there's a chapter in Little Women where Joe's talking to her future husband, can't remember his name, I can't either. And he basically says she's better than the sensation novels she's writing. Oh, interesting. And Joe was based off of Louisa. Ah, see, it's all making sense now. Interesting. Look at us tying things together from our other books. That was a good catch, Dammy. Thanks for sharing that. And one of the other things that I did notice was that Philip, this is not a spoiler because it's nothing like super spoilery, but Philip at one point mentions that he's like a wandering Jew, and it's capitalized because it's a pronoun, and I'm wondering if it's a reference to the book The Wandering Jew by Eugene Sue, which I have right over there on my bookshelf. So I was like, hmm, might have to read that soon. Anyway, Teresa said hello to Rachel. Kay says Rose is all. She has blinkers on. Yeah, yeah. She is just all hearts and like fuzz and blind. Kay says inheritance that Tempest tells her grandfather wants money. Yeah. Yeah. I caught that too. That maybe, yeah, like Rose has like hearts in front of her eyes. Tempest would have dollar signs in front of his. And Heather says, more references to part one of Faust when I am going to break down and read it. Just had it in Dorian, and here we go. Yes, yes. I was trying to figure out where that was from. So thank you, Heather. Yes. Yeah, I always love, like, I'm gonna have to write that down. Because I always loved reading books that then mention other books in the books. So Little Women. I've read Little Women multiple times before, but haven't really wanted to reread it. But I have the feeling this book is going to make me want to reread it. And I'm with you, Heather. Like Faust keeps popping up in all of my other books. And Kay says, but the big WTF moment was, oh, this may be a spoiler for some of you who haven't made it to chapter 2. So plug your ears for a second. Is the moment on the boat that he took a fancy to in Greece. Yeah, I don't think he meant like that, because then there was also some other, like, weird allusions to, "Oh, she's catching that he looks like somebody." So, I think there's more going on with the boy, but I don't think it was that, because when he was in Greece, he was also, like, with this married woman, it seemed like. I don't know. But I don't think it was like that. Christina said, "Just took the cornbread out the oven, smells so good, and now I have to wait an hour or 2 before I eat it." Oh. Yeah, if you wanna share it, yeah. If you don't wanna eat it all, you should wait. And Courtney says, "G yeah, it does sound like a winner, right?" And Rose says, "Thanks for the welcomes, everyone. This community is so wholesome. And oh, I'm in the West Coast, but never up early in the morning." Okay, yeah. See, that's what I was saying. There could be multiple reasons, but well, I'm glad you're finding it welcoming. I'm glad you're able to join. I do occasionally do like weekend or nighttime ones because I know not everybody can make it at the time I'd normally do mine. Heather says, yes, Tempest is basically telling her, yeah, I am bad. Yeah, I'm not a good person. And Kay says, a 12-year-old, he's a plaything, blew my mind because that would be its own genre today. Yeah, yeah. I'm really hoping, Kay, that that's not the sense that it's meant in. I really don't think it is. Like, it's especially if you're sailing, it was not uncommon to have like a boy companion to help on the yeah, let's hope that's not where that's going. Grandma Susan says, "I'm not listening because of spoilers. I love how passionate and animated you are. Can't wait to read this." Yeah, maybe I should keep the spoilers up because some of these comments are kind of spoilery. So I'll just keep that up for another second. Um, but we're almost done. Uh, well, this isn't a spoiler. I'm in Central Illinois and there is sun coming. Okay, let me just look real quick and see if other comments on the books, and then I'll go back to the other comments. Kay said, "I think Louisa was packing and stacking in this book." Bet she was gutted. Yeah, and had to yeah, yeah, I'm getting that sense too, that she was putting it all in there, and they were like, "No, we're not letting you say any of that." Yep. Um, and Heather says, "Cam, with you. The attraction to the boy as a plaything is a strange description for us today." Yes, I agree. It is definitely a strange description for today. I don't think that she meant what it would mean to us today. Because that would be very like a very big twist and turn. And I feel like Rosamund would have had a reaction to that, like a very vitriol reaction to that. So the fact that Rosamund doesn't say anything about the young boy makes me think that that's not what's going on. Because I would find it very hard to imagine that he would be like, "And I'm, like, having inappropriate relationships with this kid," and she'd just be like, "Oh, really? Yeah, he's really cute. I could see why." So, I don't know. That's my thoughts. Okay. So where were we? Sorry, my comments keep jumping all over the place because we're almost at the bottom. And Nikki, hello, Nikki. Oh, you got such good news today. We got approved for your mortgage. Yay! Congratulations. That is great news. Congratulations. So exciting. I'm going to be like down that road soon. So I can totally appreciate that. And Samira says, waiting is always the hardest part. Yes, it is. I agree. Teresa says, yay to Nikki. And Christina says, maybe I eat the cornbread and he can have the chili. True. I mean, he doesn't know there's cornbread yet. And Kay says, I love your positivity. Oh no, I think Tempest is bad in all sorts of ways, just not in that particular way. More because I don't think he would have been written in that particular way, because that would have been like a whole another level of off the deep end. And Sue says, congratulations to Nikki. It's a big step. Yes, it is. And Leslie says, wild day at work. I'm just here for the vibes. Well, thank you for coming and enjoying. And I hope they are good vibes for you to enjoy. All right. So that is the end of our comments. Words are escaping me today. So I'm going to go ahead and put us into our next sprint. I'm going to go ahead and do an hour sprint because I do want to hop over to Discord and see what is going on over there. And we can talk much more freely about spoilers over there. And then that'll still give me a good chunk of time to read. So I will probably make it, depending on how long the next couple of chapters are, through at least another 2 chapters. Yeah. So yeah. So we will talk chapter 3 and 4. I can do math when we get back. And real quickly, hello, how are you? Oops, sorry. Good to see you and happy Friday to you as well. And the Literary Lair, she also has a YouTube channel, as do a lot of people on here. So go check everyone out. All right, let's get into this sprint. I know I'm going to need to reset the timer for us, or at least adjust the timer so that it's up to the 1 hour mark. Let me do that real quickly. You get to see the behind the scene things. I guess I could always do this without you guys looking at it, but yeah. There you go. And I will see you in an hour. Happy reading. Okay, just give me I just I just need like 5 minutes, not even. I'm right at the end of a chapter. I just 2 more pages. Just give me a second. I'm just gonna just just keep reading for a minute. Okay. Sorry. Welcome back. Yeah. Come on back if you're done and you can manage. I was just finishing chapter 5. So, sorry about that. I was literally just a page or 2 away from the end. So I was like, I can't stop now. I have to finish because I know what's about to happen. Anyway, let me know in the comments how you did. Um, I'm just gonna put in the I'm gonna put in the chat after my little notice. I've put in there where you can put spoiler comments, and then I'll have a time where we end. So if you don't want to see comments that have spoilers in them, don't read the comments in between my 2 posts there, and I'll be sure to put the spoiler banner up when I get to those comments. Anyway, my non-spoiler thoughts on chapters 3 through 5. Okay, I'm into it. I'm so easily taken for a ride, guys. I don't know about you, but if you could have seen my face, and then technically I guess you could have, but it was small and in the corner. Yeah, Louisa just took me on a ride. I was like, wait, what? Who no? Huh? That was a lot. That was a lot that just happened in those couple of chapters. Uh, yeah, I don't even know what to say about it all. There was just There was just so much just went on in that short time, and if you're not up to chapter 5 yet, you may wanna consider just muting me and continuing reading until you get to 5, and then fast forward to the comments and, like, semi cup catch up with us that way. I don't know what else to tell you. But so that I'm gonna read until I get to the or I'm not gonna read. I'm going I'm so distracted now. I'm going to read non-spoilery comments that came in since our last sprint, and then I will share my spoiler thoughts when we get to the spoiler comments. Hope that makes sense. Anyway, let's see where we left off. We left off with my book called Life. She was talking about chapter 2. So this may be a spoiler about chapter 2. The Circe is an interesting, as I had to look it up, but it is said to be an enchantress who may represent the danger of femininity to patriarchal norm. Yes, yes, I didn't mention that. There are so many allusions in this book. One to Greek mythology. So I feel like, dude, I need to pull down my book on Greek mythology and look these people up. And I did look up one other person who I'll mention later. But yeah, that is really interesting. And I do feel like Circe, I don't know if you guys have read the book by Madeline Miller, excellent book, and you kind of get that same sense there. And I feel like Rosamond, our girl here, is very much a Circe, like kind of being like, well, we know this is the norms, but we're going to challenge that a little bit. Yeah. Hello, Paul. How are you? Paul says hi to everyone. Jessica, hello. Did you make it before the last sprint? Yes, you did today. There will be lots of sprints before the last sprint. So Jessica, she tries to make my Monday sprints, but because she's in New Zealand, by the time she gets on, it's always like, bye. And having a chilled out day reading audiobooks. Nice. Tired of the eyeball thing, and it just wasn't happening. I have days like that. I try to always have at least one audiobook going just for those moments. And Glinda says hello to Paul and Jessica. Paul says, just wondering why the boy in the picture looks like he is taking a leak. What? What boy in what picture? I'm missing this, Paul. The boy here? Are you talking about this picture? Mine is a girl. I'm not sure which one you're seeing. Maybe that's on Discord. I'll have to go look. Okay, so here's the spoiler sections. So I'm going to share my spoiler thoughts because I have many. So, okay, chapter 3. Could I just read the whole chapter 3? So one, okay, so Rosamund goes up with like the grandfather to see what him and Tempest were doing, and I figured it was somehow money related. And then I was eventually like, maybe they're just gambling, but that seemed too simple. So it was interesting that they were gambling. Also fascinating that her grandfather was like a gambling addict and basically had no money left. Kind of made sense of his situation. But then, okay, this whole situation where he's like, "Oh, are you gonna keep your word?" and da 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 da, and you know, leaving Rose, and basically that her grandfather gambled her away. Like, what? What were you thinking? Like, that's not cool. And yeah, and so then when she's later on the boat, she's like, "Wait a minute, you bought me?" And he was like, "No, no, no, I ransomed you. I ransomed you." So one, I'd like to know, put in the spoiler comments, do you think he ransomed her or do you think like he bought her? Because I would have felt bought. Like, I don't know. All things said and considered, like no, I feel like you just bought me from grandpa, but like you kind of semi stole me in a game. Like, I don't even know if I could say what it is, but it didn't feel heroic. I think that was the part that I was like, "I'm not buying that, Tempest," and I don't know that she did either. Um, oh, and then he goes on and he's like, "Well, hey, all your dreams are coming true. We're gonna be together because I bought you slash ransomed you, and never mind that, your grandfather's agreed, and it's you and me, babe, for life." And she's like, "Oh yay!" And he's like, "Except I don't like getting married." What? What? I was not expecting that. And I was like, how do you really think this is gonna work out? Like, what you really think she's gonna be like, oh, okay, that's fine. I'm cool. Peace out with that. That's no problem. So yay, I was like fist pumping for Rosamund when she was like, yeah, no, I'm not having that. Like, bye. Because no, like, yeah, you remember how you said there was a price to pay? Did I mention that it was like all of society for the rest of your life was gonna reject you? Like, no, I don't love you like that. Sorry, boo. Like, so yeah, so then she goes on. And then in chapter 4, when it's like, oh, it's been a lovely year of us being together, I was like, wait, what? What happened to no, never mind, dude? Like, when did you go back on that? I was shook. I was like, Rosamund, you just said like, no, I'm not doing this. You just had like a premeditated moment where you're like, oh, if things didn't go well, I'd just jump off a ship. I wouldn't let you run off with me. And now you're like, oh, it's been a lovely year living together, unmarried, which is like, forget sin or not sin. It's just you're socially going to be a pariah. It's so that struck me, though I did love all the references to the roses and her name is Rose and the places, what is it, Nest of Roses and blah blah blah. But anyway, I was glad they then later cleared up, like, psych, we actually got married. But then I'm like, did you? Because if you've read a few sensation novels, they're full of fake marriages. So then I'm like, he just happened to have a priest on board or some sort of like parish guy on board just in case she was like, no, I'm going to throw myself overboard. So then he could get married to her. And there was just some dude hanging out waiting for that. Suspicious. So I'm thinking it's fake. So I also want to know, put in the comments, and you don't even have to explain. I know what you're talking about, fake or real. Do you think it's a fake marriage or do you think it's a real marriage? Don't put marriage there so then it won't ruin it for other people. But put fake or real. Let me know what you think. My vote is for fake. That's what I'm going with. And yeah. And then and then Philip is driving me crazy with his like under his breath comments like, "Oh, you know, I could break your will. I've broken many before." I'm like, dude, why do you have to be such a creep? And then I wanna like, my last little spoilerly thing is, like, I wanna know what's up with Lita. Like, whose kid is he? Because he's clearly somebody's kid, and she seems to feel like she has seen a picture of somebody who looks like him. So is this her mother's, like, because then at the very end of chapter 5, he mentions, "Yeah, my dad was in this relationship and there was me and all this other scandalous stuff." So I'm like, did his dad have a relationship with her mom? But then that would make them half siblings. So who's the baby's daddy? Like, so I mean, okay, that's all my spoiler thoughts. Let me give you guys a chance to respond if you have any thoughts on this, and then I'll put up an end to the spoilery section. So make sure if you have spoilery thoughts on chapters 3 through 5, I'm going to give you like 2 minutes to put them in the comment section, and then we're going to cut it off so that I can talk to everybody else. So let me go through these comments real quickly. Storm was just saying hello, hopping over from Alex's sprints to see how your reading is going. Wanted to read it, but my libraries didn't have it. Ah, boo. Storm, well, it's going well. I think you can get it on Project Gutenberg if you want to try that. But if not, I hope you enjoy your time over at Alex's. Tell everybody I said hi. And Glenda said hello to Storm. Heather said, I'm sold. It's fast paced. It's a wild ride. She's pretty unconventional for the time. Agree, agree, agree. Like, I'm here for whatever is about to happen in the rest of this book because it's already like, ooh, and you recently downloaded Circe. Nice. Oh, you will enjoy it. You will definitely enjoy it. Rachel said, I love how we just have a book on Greek mythology, just like it's a Penguin Classics. It's just like a little collection of them. Oh, I forgot about this. Speaking about books that I have that are just laying around because it came up again and I was right. He was talking about the book. Guess what book I just happen to have? The Wandering Jew, which guess what book, except like Eugene Sue didn't know what a short story was. Um, oh my gosh, guys. Look at, can you even see the font and how tiny it is? I'll compare it. Okay. So you can see the font difference. This is like footnote sized font in this book. But I have The Wandering Jew. So guess who just became slightly more interested in reading this sooner after they keep mentioning it in this book, but as well as my Greek mythology. And okay, this was the one thing that I did look up. So I looked up Ganymede, and I don't know if that's how you say it. And apparently he was a young boy who was abducted by the gods, like the Greek gods, so that he could live amongst the immortals because they thought he was so beautiful. So I don't know who's supposed to be who there, but I'm guessing that's meaning Leto was abducted from someone, my guess. And Jessica says on the timer. Yeah, sorry. I just had to ignore the timer for a second. Um, oh, you're talking about on the timer. Oh, yeah, okay, I could see that. Yeah, it does kind of look like that little boy's peeing. I never thought about that, but you're right, Paul. I can totally see that. Okay, he's talking about the spreads pictures. Okay, yeah. I thank you guys because I clearly was not figuring that out on my own. Why is Tempest called a student of the grandfather? Yeah, I didn't totally get that either because at first I was like, oh, because the grandfather taught him, and then I was like, taught him what? Like ran a little school on the side? And Heather says he bought her. He was very quick in his explanation to placate her thought. I know. Right. Like, I can't even, and Jessica says, "I muted you so I didn't hear your spoiler thoughts, and watching you and your reactions on mute is just perfect. Now I need to read." Yes, you do. Yes, and we are still at a spoiler section, so you know, it is still these are still spoilers. And Heather said, "How is she so savvy without any life experience? How is she I know, I am very surprised. On the one hand, she has times where I mean, she said it's books, so I'll buy that. Book learning. Hit it up there, Louisa May Alcott for the books. But yeah, because on the one hand, she's very innocent and unlearned. On the other hand, like I like Rosamund as a character. Like she could have taught Amber a thing or 12 or 15. Like lend Amber some of these books, Rosamund, because Amber would have just been like, sure, let's just go. Forget marriage and everything. Social pariah. I'm here for it. Does it involve money? Okay. Courtney says throw overboard. Sue is saying a fake for sure. Um, I am going to put real quickly in there to end the spoiler comments so that I know when I can take the spoiler sound down. But Sue's saying a fake. Courtney says, okay, I got to go. Oh, bye, Courtney. Yes, we are having a good time. Heather also thinks a fake. I know. Yep. So many red flags. Yep. Yeah. Yep. I agree, Tammy. I agree. He bought her in a fake. Heather said, of note, I wonder if the name Willoughby is any foreshadowing to anything because she would have been familiar with the Jane Austen character. I didn't even think of that, Heather. Oh, that is such a good point. And if you haven't read Sense and Sensibility or see the movie, I'm sorry, you have no reference, but we'll just leave it at that. So it'll be a surprise if you have no reference. And my eyes are feeling the pain for you. That font is tiny, right? Right? And the title is intriguing, yes, and it keeps coming up in the book. But yeah, no, like magnifying glass. Like I'm gonna have to put one of those sheet magnifiers over it. Christina says chili is now done and hubby is home going to eat now. Enjoy, Christina. Okay, and that is the end of the spoiler comment. So I will take that banner off. Sorry, I'm doing weird things here with the comments. And so yeah, so if you have any non-spoiler thoughts after I just spoiled all the things, you can let me know. But on a completely non-spoiler thing, let me know. How are you liking the book if you're reading it with us? How are you enjoying it so far? If you're not reading it with us and you're just listening to me and all my exclamations and spoilery thoughts, are you interested in reading this yet? So, and if you like fast-paced, crazy novels, I'm telling you, the sensation genre is for you. But this is actually like surprisingly well written. I was a little nervous because when I first bought it, I just read, I think, chapter one. And there were like this, especially with the pun on Tempest names, there were a couple of cheesy moments. And I was like, is she gonna ruin the drama with some like cheesiness happening? And no, I feel like that faded away. And now we're just into good ongoing nonstop drama. So I am here for it. So I think my husband's oh, no, I thought he was getting dinner ready, and now I'm looking over in the kitchen and there's nothing happening. So let me know. Would you guys like to go for another 45-minute sprint or would you like to go for an hour? So I'm good with either. I'll go with whoever posts in the chat first. Um, but yeah, and I need to move some more of these books out of the way. I did a gigantic library haul and it's all at my chair at my feet here. So I am struggling with it. But while I wait for you guys to tell me whether you want 45 minutes or an hour, if you don't know The Wandering Jew, this is mentioned numerous times in this book. And yet, this edition that I have of it tells you absolutely nothing about this book. Mm, yeah, it was considered the author's masterpiece, mm, but they don't really tell you. I'm trying to look to see if there's anything else because I don't know about you, but I'm very curious about The Wandering Jew because it seems like there's parallels between these 2 books, and I want to know what the parallels are. Okay, so I'm seeing come in an hour, an hour. Sue says, "I'm really enjoying it. I used to read this type of book, but haven't in years." Yeah, I could recommend a lot of really good ones that are similar if if you just like a long, fast pace, so all sorts of drama happening. There's some good ones. Wilkie Collins is an author who is sensational at sensational novels. Anyway, let me set us up for another 60 minutes. I think that sounds good as well. And we will go ahead and do that. So I think I've got it set to go. And happy reading. I will see you in an hour. Okay, welcome back. This is definitely the break after which I'm gonna need to adjust my lighting, but how did that sprint go for you? I realize I've been forgetting to ask that, but in non-spoilery ways, and for anyone who's here who's not reading A Long Fatal Love Chase, how did that sprint go for you? Mine went well. I made it to through the end of chapter 9, so I guess 40 some odd pages. Um, and wow, so so many things to talk about when we get to spoilers, but I'm really enjoying this book overall. You can see I'm starting to have more and more pink tabs, which for me are things that I'm loving in this book. And number one, first and foremost of all of them, are Rosamund. Like, I don't know about you guys, but she is such a great character. She is such like a strong woman, especially in a sensation novel. Like where there's all the drama, all the happening, she's still passing out because we'll get to that. But at the same time, she has these moments where she's just doing awesome things that I'm like, "Yes, yes," and I'm literally just rooting for her and cheering for her and, like, just in such awe and respect of all the decisions she's making all along the way, and yeah, I just feel for her. I just feel for her at this point, so yeah, I am just loving her as a character. So, yeah, so I am going to put a little notice and you can leave your spoiler comments below there, but I'll read the couple of comments that have come in before that and then I will share my spoiler thoughts and you can share yours. Um, Sorry, I'm having comment issues here. Anyway, Heather said, "Ooh my, I've been yanked all over the place. This is great. I'm almost at the end of chapter 9." Yeah, well, feel free to like, I mean, we have a few minutes, so feel free to, mute me and pause it or do whatever you need to do. And Tammy said, "I just finished chapter 9." Okay, good. So we're all about the same spot. Yep, chapter 9. And Heather said Rosamund rocks. I absolutely agree. Like she is a great female protagonist, especially for this time period, especially for this genre. I'm so impressed with what Louisa is doing. Though then again, like I guess we shouldn't be surprised, right? Because I mean, who didn't love Little Women? Who were also very strong characters in their own way. And usually the one character in that book who people like the most is ironically the most gentle character in the book. And Tammy also loves Rosamund. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so the spoiler comments are below. I'm going to share my spoilery thoughts, and you guys can keep sharing yours or responding to mine. But oh my gosh, guys, like, okay, I mean, on the one hand, we saw it coming, right? Like, we saw some of this coming, but okay, so The Woman's Shadow, chapter 7. Okay, so one, does her husband also have like a gambling problem? Because he's like, "Oh, I've got exhausting business to go to, and it's to play billiards." Like, what was that moment? But I also like that as an author, she keeps saying, "Oh, which by the by was playing billiards." And she's done that like once or twice before. So I'm enjoying her little like, in case you weren't sure what was actually going on in the background. Yeah, he was gambling. Um, but then there's also these little interesting like cultural commentary. Like every time she mentions the French, he looks French, he must be sharp, put together, da da da. Or he looks American, must be carefree. Or he looks Russian, big and stupid and boorish. Yeah, she does not like the Russians, but very interesting insight to how Louisa feels about all these different characters. I mean, not characters, people from different countries. So I thought that was interesting. Um, and then Yeah, then there's, like, the whole, like, opera scene where there's this woman who's peering at them and this guy, and, like, I liked the tension that got built there, like, what's going on? And then he locks her in the opera box, like, and she's like, just gonna leave me here? Like, everybody's leaving the opera, and I'm just stuck here in this box, thanks a lot." Um, and yeah, so that was just weird. What else did I mark here? And then here's legend. Oh, and then she goes into the garden because then the whole thing with Ippolito, where like something's going on, right? And we all figure that Ippolito has finally like been told or it's been discovered or he's learning something about his parentage, right? And then like he disappears him, and then she's like, did he kill him? Which I don't feel like he would have done that. Like, do you guys think that's what happened? Even at the end of chapter 9, I'm like, I don't think that's what actually happened. But I'm confused about that part. But and then when she goes into the garden and they're like, "Oh yeah, there's this tall lady ghost story here," like, and that whole story that even Tempest is like, "Oh, haha, that's just a story, but I know it." That was an interesting story, but yeah, I believe it. Yeah, basically, come here, drink this water, and your life is going to be misery. Yeah, basically, truth. Um, But oh, and then okay, so then it turns out that the Lady Shadow, not too shockingly, was Tempest's wife, which I was like, okay, so it wasn't just a fake marriage. You actually have a wife somewhere else. Like, come on, dude. I didn't think it was gonna go that far. Like, I thought, okay, maybe this is his son from somebody else. And then when the lady was there, I was still trying to be like, maybe that's his aunt. Da, 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 da. No, he was still married. And like, it makes sense. Like, I've read other sensation novels, and this is something that comes up that the law at the time was basically if the husband and wife divorced, the husband got the children and he got to decide. Like, what would happen with them or whatever. So I get it. Like he's kind of like making the wife miserable and like not only like are we husband and wife, but I'm keeping our kid hidden from you. But I also like his wife being like, well, then I'm not divorcing you until I get my child back. Like, and I'm hunting you down, and I'm also going to ruin things for this other chick who you're trying to ruin. But like, so the whole time, like even though I suspected it was a fake marriage, I was still upset that it was a fake marriage. Like, I'm just gonna say that. And then yeah, yeah, get your child back. And then she was trying to tell her and warn her that didn't work out. And and then poor Rosamund, who like you go girl jumping out off the balcony, like Indiana Jones style. Like I was like, "Yes." She strapped that thing, jumped off the balcony. I was like, "All right, I like this book where the girls are jumping off the balconies." But then she has that heart moment where, like, at the end of that, she's all, like, passed out in the bushes, and I just felt so bad for her because I cannot imagine during that time period finding out that I have lived for an entire year with this guy in a fake marriage. I mean, that would, like, just be weird nowadays. Like, why'd you pretend to marry me? But like during that time period, like that would have been devastating. And I just felt so bad for her, and because then too, it's as it points out a little bit later, it's not even just the devastation of it being a fake marriage and like, this isn't going to work out for society, but just her realizing like you lied to me about this and like everything that does to her sense of trust and love and all her thoughts about him and yeah. And then when he discovers her and she's just trying to live her own little life. And if you didn't think he was a jerk before, he's all then like, "Oh yeah, nope, I got Baptiste at the door. There's no way you can escape. You can't desert me." And I mean, like he constantly, and I think this is so great what Louisa is doing, is just showing how desperate a situation women are in, right? Because he's like, "Oh, well, if you scream, I'll just tell everybody that you're crazy and carry you out the house anyway." You know, um, and you can't escape because he's at the door. So we're going to beat you by strength. We're going to beat you by wits. Nobody's going to believe you over me anyway. Like, I just can't stand him, and I get it. I get why she's like, oh, I can't say I'm not in love with you. But like, good for her. Like, I was so happy at the end of that chapter when he came back to that room and it was empty. Because he's like, "Oh, well, she's not gonna escape off the roof." "Oh, yes, she is. You don't know Rosamund like I do." I swear. Because 'Cause I'm like, "Yeah, she's gonna jump out. She's gonna figure some way out." So good for her. Good for her. So I'll give you a couple minutes again to finish putting any spoilery comments, and then I'll shut that off, and then we'll talk regular stuff for a few, and then we'll go back to our next sprint, but let me see what you guys had to say. So Teresa was saying, I am not able to keep up with you all. That's totally okay. Just totally okay. Yep, you can read it another time, Teresa. We will have non-spoilery sections or, do what I do. It's just wait a month or so and then forget. So, Sue also didn't get much read, still in chapter 7. That's okay, no problem. Christina's reading a little bit, chatting a lot of bit. Yep, that happens. Oh, and you finished dinner. Hope it was good. I'm gonna have dinner on this next spread. And chapter 9 does end with a cliffhanger, Tammy. I'm totally waiting to see what's going on. And from the opera scene through chapter 9, I could not read fast enough. Yeah, nope, I totally agree. I was like, what is happening? Who is this person? And then when he dropped that little hint and was like, "Oh, yeah, Ippolito? Well, yeah, they were a little rough with him and he's dead." What? N I'm still in denial. I'm in denial that that's actually what's happened to this kid. I'm like, he's just saying that to get her back. That is yeah, and Heather. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Right, right. like, I feel like she's playing with me. Like, I'm like, "Oh, no, he's not." But then maybe he is, but he's not. But then they handled him too roughly? Then whose grave did Rosamund right, right, right. Like, we need to know. We need to know. And Heather says, "I love where she repelled." Yes, I know. I did too, Heather, when she's, like, rappelling down, like, Mission Impossible, I'm like, "Yes, I am here for it. I am here for it." And Tammy liked that as well. Heather, he's been leading a double life for a long time. Yeah, that's true. She did ignore the red flags, and there were a lot of them in a row. Like, there were as many caution signs as there are on a drive on a highway through Pennsylvania. Like, and yeah, and it's so true. Like, it's a common experience. Like, she was in love. She's been so sheltered that even though she saw the signs, like, I get how it would be easy for her to just ignore them or to read it as like, "Oh, he's just more experienced than I am." And Tammy said her ability to rock on the rails of her balcony at her grandfather's house helped her escape. Oh, yeah. No, I agree. I'm thinking so too, is that he's like, "Oh, there's just a roof out there. Like, how is no one's gonna go out on that." Well, you forgot our little balcony walking girl, okay, who rappels down from other places. Like, yeah, no, she's gonna escape your trash because good for her. Oh gosh. Okay. So anyway, I will put it into the spoilers there. So if you guys weren't here and didn't want to hear about the spoilers, we can go back to a regular conversation. So for those of you who are reading along who are at any point in the book, are you guys enjoying it? I'm loving it. Like, am I going to predict a 5 star? I don't know, but I'm definitely thinking like she would have to like really mess up multiple times from here on out for this to be lower than a 4 star. But there are so many, like, interesting, subtle things in this book, like what she's saying about women in the time period and all the allusions that really would make me wanna reread this book. So, there is a part of me that's predicting that this will end up being a 5 star book for me. So, I don't know, put what your predictions are for yourself. Like, where do you think this book is gonna end up for you if you rate your books? Do you think it's gonna be a 3 star, a 4 star, a 5 star? I'm guessing you're not still here if it's a 1 or 2. That's just my thought. But yeah, I enjoying this book. Heather is saying she thinks it's great. Tammy loves it. I do too. I have to admit, like, let me know what your expectations were for this book, but I thought this book would just be fun. Like, I thought it would be like a good 3 star read, maybe 4 star if I was lucky. I honestly did not expect to like this book as much as I'm enjoying it. Like, this is a lot of fun. A lot of fun. And Heather says, past the sensationalism, it really is smartly written book. I'm thinking 5 because she is doing good things. I agree, Heather. Like, if you can get over, like, especially if you don't like sensational novels, like, this might be a bit too dramatic and soap opera-y and full of drama for you. But if you can get past the sensationalism, or if you even like that, there are so many other really interesting things going on in this book, and I agree with the smartly written part. There's just more layers to this. There's so many more layers to Louisa May Alcott than just Little Women. I guess we shouldn't be surprised by that, right? Tammy says, I disagree that this would have been too over the top in the time. I mean, we had the Count of Monte Cristo and others. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's a really good point, Tammy. Like, what were her publishers thinking? Like, I think the truth is she was a woman publishing this. That's honestly what I think it came down to, because I don't feel like this is any more sensational than anything I've read by Wilkie Collins or that's happened in Charles Dickens or, like you said, The Count of Monte Cristo. Like, I mean, there is a whole genre of books that she was writing in. But I think the problem was that yeah, that she was a woman author. Like, I think if she had a pulled a George Eliot, I think there would have been a different story here. That's just me. Tammy said, not disagree with you, but with her publisher. Yeah, no, I figured that out partway through, Tammy. Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. Okay, so I'm thinking, let me know what you guys think. I need a quick dinner break. So I'm thinking of doing a shorter sprint, maybe like a 20-30 minute sprint, where I'm not going to read. And I mean, you can keep reading if you want to, but I'm not going to read. I'm going to eat dinner. And I'm thinking what that will help is that people who still want to read, but maybe are just a little bit behind, that'll help them catch up a little bit closer to where we are. And if you want to keep reading because you're like, done, that's fine too. Or you yourself might want to like little break where you don't feel like, but if I don't read, I'm going to fall behind. So let me know what you guys think about that. Like a short 20-30 minute break where we, coffee break, potty break, don't have to keep reading or listening to me gab break. Tammy says, I'm grabbing dinner too. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So Tammy's on board. So that's what I'm thinking. What would you guys prefer? Like 20-minute or 30-minute, like reading break? Or keep reading if you're obsessed and can't stop, won't stop. Heather says, I love the break for a moment so I can do my night chores with my horses. Ooh, awesome. Okay. 20 minutes works for Tammy. What about you, Heather? Is 20 minutes long enough? Would 30 minutes help you better with the horses? Like, I also don't want us to get too late. So, um, either works for Heather or 30 for Tammy. Okay, well, let's split the difference. Let's do 25. So we're going to do a 25-minute break. I'll put up a little banner that says, 25-minute reading break. Go get your coffee, tea, eat something, feed the horses. All right. And so let me fix my little timer here so that we can do that. But I just thank you guys so much for joining me and doing this. I am just having so much fun reading this book and talking with you guys. And yeah, and I just thank you for just being here. It's like a little spontaneous book club. And maybe during this break, I'll try and fix my lighting so I don't slowly like fade to black. So here we go. I'm going to just put on our little timer here, and I'll see you in a quick 25 minutes. Hello, hello. Welcome back. How did that little breaky break go for you guys? Mine went well. I've kind of maybe fixed my lighting, though my camera seems a little, there we go, out of focus. So I hope that went well. Oh, it's just going to be like that. I hope that break went well for you guys and that yeah, you were able to eat some food, water yourself. Like I said, water or feed the horses, do whatever it is that you need to do. I know a couple of people who weren't with us up to this point have joined us. So, welcome, welcome. Um, Let me go to the comments real quickly. Jaleesa said, made it. Hello, Jaleesa. Welcome. Glad you are joining us. What are you up to? What are you reading tonight? Are you picking up a long fatal love chase? Are you reading something else? Are you just hanging out? Like, let me know. And then Karen also joined us. Hello, Karen. She said, I just joined, downloaded the book, and read the first page. Love it already. It just gets better, Karen. Let me tell you. When we left off, some of us are at page 9, some of us may be further ahead, some of us are further behind. So we literally, some of us just took that literally as just a break. Like I did not read it all. I went and ate some pizza, drank some water, had some uh, Thin Mint Girl Scout cookie drop things that Costco is selling. Every year they have some Girl Scout cookie flavored thing. I've noticed this trend, Costco. I'm watching you. And Karen said, thank you. Yeah, because I was telling her this is a great time to catch up. Tammy said, my dog thanks you for the much needed potty and snuggle break. You're very welcome. My legs thanked me for the stretching break because I just got up and moved around the whole time. So yeah, as fun as reading sprints are, sometimes like we need a break and like it's easier when you're doing a reading sprint that's not a read along to like just take a sprint and be like, okay, whatever. But when it's a read along, it kind of feels like, oh, but if I stop reading, I might fall behind. So I figured it would be nice to have that in there. And Christina says, "Oh, I love when family drama interrupts my reading." Oh, yeah. Know that feeling. Yeah, I hear ya. And Rachel says, "Oh, got in from the barn just in time. Yay!" Love when that works out. Very good. And Christina says, "I mean, I love my family, but can't they schedule some things better?" No, no, no idea how to do that. At least that's what it seems, right? And Jaleesa said, "Got some grub. I'm hanging out and seeing what you all think of the book so far." So far, Jaleesa, we think it's great. It is fast-paced, it is well written. There are some deep topics to think about, but then there's also just like crazy drama going on that's making my jaw just drop and go, "What? No." There is a great female protagonist, very strong female character in here and yeah, I'm loving it and, if anybody else is not enjoying it, they haven't said yet. So, but if you're not liking it, please do mention that because, we still want to know. And Sue said, I'm still behind. Hubby is home, so can't read it much. Fine now. That's totally okay, Sue. I'll keep putting up when we're going into spoilers and what the spoily section is on. And I'll try not to blab too much so that it's not like a super long time of silence and just watching me go, unless you enjoy that. And Heather says, okay, Tammy, ready to buckle up for chapter 10? Yeah. I don't know, guys. Are we ready for chapter 10? So much has happened. I don't know. Yes. And yes, Heather, there is another barn girl. Yeah, you and Rachel both were at the barn at the same time. You tuck the horses in and they're ready to read. Well, they're not ready to read unless, they're Mr. Ed doing things in there where you don't know. You're ready to read. Yes. I'm ready to read. Tammy's ready to read. I also can't imagine what is going to happen in chapter 10, Tammy. I am with you there. And Rachel says, "Oh, hey." Yes, yes, Rachel, Heather, if you guys have not met, barn girls, say hello to one another. And I believe you both have horses, right? Because Rachel, you have horses as well, don't you? Isn't that what's in your barn? amongst other things. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. And Rachel says, I'm reading sort of, just not this book. And that's totally cool. That is totally fine. So thanks for joining us. And also trying to get the fifth novel written. Ooh, yay. Very exciting. Always good times. All right. Well, let's get back to it because I know some of us, of whatever chapter we're on, just can't wait. And yeah. And Heather says, Rachel, woohoo, dressage horses here. Ooh. And Christina says, I'm reading another book tonight too, Rachel, but I have this one just waiting for the audio. Oh, ooh, this will be good on audio. And Frisians for Rachel's horses. And Heather says, I have peacocks, but not on purpose. They're wild here. I did not, that is so interesting, Heather. I did not know there were still wild peacocks in areas. But I guess that makes sense. Like there totally could be, because there's still wild turkeys. So, And Rachel says they keep snakes, spiders, and scorpions. I'm assuming that's away. not that not that the peacocks are just collecting these things. So, anyway, okay, let me fix our timer for us here. And what are we feeling like? Do we want to go for another hour? Do we want 45 minutes? Whoever's first in the chat with it will be the one who wins. I have no preference. And Tammy says, do we think we will finish tonight? That is a good question, Tammy. Okay, that's about, I think, well, because we've been on how long? 4 hours, and we're about halfway through. I mean, we could. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. But I mean, I don't know about you, Tammy, but I want to. And Rachel says, nah, they keep them as pets for eating. Ah. Love the peacocks. Yes, yes, I do too, Christina. And Christina says 60 minutes. All right, let's do it. And Tammy says, I hope so. Yeah, I do too, Tammy. Like let's try for it, right? Shall we not? Cuz yeah, too good to not. All right, let's go for it. Let me fix our timer because for some reason it still says 15 minutes, even though I'm pretty sure I adjusted it slightly. All right, here we go. 60 minutes on our timer and happy reading. Hello, hello. Welcome back. How did your sprint go? How did your reading or whatever you were up to go? Ah, that just went so well. So I just read chapters 10 through 13 and wow, just again, so many thoughts. Like I feel like this section was a little calmer than the section we left, though it started out like she got right back into it. But then it just where that ended me, ugh, I just don't even know what to say. My heart. My heart. Okay, let me get to the regular comments that were coming in, and then we'll do a little spoiler section, and then we'll talk a little bit more, and then we'll get back to reading because I don't think there's any way I'm going to bed tonight, guys, without finishing this book. So, yeah. And Tammy was saying, I kind of hope so, because we were talking about that beforehand. So Tammy also said it'll be hard to put it down. I was saying I totally agree. And Rachel said, oh, we were also talking about peacocks. And so Rachel was saying they're not the smartest birds. So I do wonder how they make it in the wild. Good question. But my favorite, but chickens aren't that smart either. And they can kind of, it's the claws. Do peacocks have claws? I don't know. But my favorite one is named Bonnie Prince Charlie. He's discovered capitalism and will exchange his shed tail feathers. You got some Animal Farm going on over there, is is what I'm hearing. Though I guess Animal Farm wasn't capitalism, but it was something. Watch out, Rachel. If they start painting on the side of the barn, run. But, yeah, no, I mean, animals can be scrappy. There's, like, a really well-known story in the area that I live in about a Shih Tzu that was found in the wild that had gone feral and had been living in the wild for at least 7 years. And it took not 1, not 2, but 3 different animal rescue teams to actually capture the Shih Tzu because it had, like, a whole tunnel hovel system that it used to run around and escape capture. So yeah, it has since been captured, somehow tamed, and is apparently living its best life with a new family. So there you go. And Rachel says, at the end of summer for seeds and fruits and stacks. Oh, that was the rest of the comment. It will exchange his shed tail set of feathers at the end of the summer for seeds, fruit, and stacks. Yeah, well, then maybe they're not as stupid as we think. I don't know what that was. That was the weirdest thing. I don't know if you guys heard that somehow. I don't even know how. I accidentally turned it on so it would read the comments out loud. Didn't even know. Anyway, Tammy was saying, "My goodness, one thing after another, this book is wearing me out." Yeah, we're gonna be exhausted. We will sleep well tonight. And hello, Penny, you did make it, and you'll start reading along Fatal Love Chase now. You're on your trip, but down for the night. Yay! All right. Well, I hope you enjoy it as much as we are, Penny. We are loving this. Heather made it to the end of chapter 11, had to put it down and laugh for a minute. Now I'm wondering what happened at the end of chapter. Oh, I have so many like page flags that they're coming off. Okay, but maybe that one's just my page flags are from Dollar Tree. So I'm trying to think what happened at the end of chapter 11 that made Heather. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So let me know. And yes, I am still on. Been a busy day, but you read a little bit more of Les Mis. How are you liking it, by the way? And remind me of your first name if you would like me to call you something other than Literary Lair. Because you say it in your video, but I'm never quite sure. And Karen says goodnight. Oh, bye, Karen. I'm sure you're gone by now, but bye and thanks for coming. Tammy says Philip is, as my 2 young granddaughters would say, 2 pinches naughty. Yeah, no. Philip is The only person in this book so far I like less than Philip is Baptiste. But those 2 guys together, yeah, no, not friends. Yeah, no, he does. I know. I mean, it does say he stalked her every step, for she had become his obsession. They weren't joking. Like, he's crazy. And Kathy, hello, Kathy, just jumped on after making chicken noodle miso soup. That sounds yum. And how much longer are you on for? So I said at least 2 to 3 hours. I'm hoping because I really want to finish this book tonight. So that will definitely keep me on longer for all of you who are in time zones that works out for. Tammy says, I'm in the middle of chapter 13. Where are you, Heather? Yeah, that's a good question. I just finished chapter 13 and Tammy's saying, I just can't even. Oh, what are you talking about? I'm loving it. I'm a sucker for all of it. There's just so much going on. Sue said you just started chapter 11, going to get something for dinner and get back for reading. Sounds good. And Heather is blasting ahead and she's finishing chapter 14. I am just about to start 14. So, ooh, okay. Now I'm wondering what's happening in chapter 14. I guess I'll have to wait to find out. Christina said, still here. Hello. Still trying to read, not getting very far. But since I'm not reading this one right now, I'm going to lower the volume and I'm watching this over when I do read it later. Yes, do that, Christina. Do that. And let us know your thoughts because you can always still just, do regular YouTube comments. And Jaleesa said hi to Christina. And I'm living for this. Y'all are about to knock this book out tonight. I'm so excited. So am I, Jaleesa. So am I. And you can just call me LA. Okay, okay. I just wanted to make sure that was correct. And I'm liking it so far. I'm on the part where Jean Valjean tries to find the little boy. Oh, I love Les Mis. Like there are parts, mainly the tangents, that I'm not a big fan of. But the overarching narrative that is in Les Mis is just so good. It's so well written. And we are flying through the book. Yeah, it's a pretty easy, fast read. Like it's just it's 18th, 19th century pulp fiction, I guess. I don't know, but it's going well. And Tammy said this book is exactly what I need right now. Great. And Christina said hi to Jaleesa. And Penny said, I'm glad you're all loving it. That gives me hope. I'm loving the writing. Yeah, no, it gets wild. So let's get into it. I'm gonna put on a little spoilers. So if you don't want to hear spoilers, you can turn the volume down or you can silence me. I will put up my little banner here. Oh, except my banner has the wrong chapters. Let me fix that. I am going to discuss my thoughts on chapters 10 through, where did I say I ended? 10 through 13 is what I read. Um, and you can comment on Discord, which I left for. And I will put um, a little section where it says spoilers below in the comment section so that you can put spoilers there, and I'll put spoilers ended in the comment section when you can't put any more spoilers there. So for now, I'm going to talk about all the things because there's a lot. So here we go. Okay, I'm gonna make this quick. So oh my gosh, I loved Mademoiselle Honorine. Ah, like sweetest person. And I love that Louisa May Alcott made her a sweet person because actresses during that time were often like sort of mistresses or highly paid prostitutes as well. Not always, but frequently. And even if they weren't, they were assumed to be, or there were women whose certainly social lives had been killed. And so to present her as this like honest, sweet, like just loving and caring and charitable person, I thought that was such a great description. Um, and I loved Pauline. And man, right at the start of that chapter, when it's like she's like at Pauline's bed with her bloodied hands and da da da, I was like, and I'm sorry. She did not give herself enough credit. She's like, "Oh, I'm not as good as I used to be, when I just walk around the house." I'm like, "Girl, you climbed out that window and crawled across a roof to get away from this man. There's no shame in that. She went through it. And then, what else? Oh, and I just love the contrast that keeps being pointed out about just how hard it is to be a woman and do the right thing, that you're seriously criticized if you don't, right? She talks about, I'm a woman, I am solitary, poor, and a woman. He's powerful, rich, and a man whom all fear. The world, which rejects me, though I am innocent, will welcome him, the guilty, and uphold him. Like, yeah, that's exactly what's gonna happen. So it's kind of like she's left with not many options. And then she gets back together with Ippolito. I'm so glad that Leto is like okay, because I know we were all like, is Leto dead? Is he not dead? Like, what is going on? So I'm glad that Leto is fine. So that was good to know. And though okay, we found out who was in the grave. Like, this was what made me like go, okay, I really don't like Baptiste. Like, he shot your dog in front of you. Like, what's wrong with this man? Like, I get he hates you, but even that is like kind of petty, right? And then at the end of chapter 10, when she Rosamund finds the other young lady who's like, I couldn't handle it, like the sadness one, I just couldn't go on. And so like, which is a theme I'm realizing in this book, is like the theme of suicide and what leads women during this time period to suicide, which is just so sad, and, like, it kept being brought up. It's been brought up at least 2 other times, if not 3 other times, but the fact that she then just put it right out there in the book, "Here's a woman who did this," and, to have Rosamund basically see her in the water. Because at first I was like, is she seeing a reflection of herself? Or this sounds really similar to Tempest like vision or fate vision that he had. And so at first I didn't think it was real, but then I was like, wow, she's really putting it out there that this would happen to women and that this was like their plight. I was just so sad. And then the whole nonsense where she goes to the convent, and she's in the convent, and she's in the convent for a while. And I'm like, they just, as a Protestant, like, I mean, I appreciate the fact that the abbess did that, and was like, hey, come in and we'll protect you. Because I was like, she's Protestant, but she joins the nuns as a nun in the Catholic convent. And yeah. So that was interesting. But then going on, and then like I couldn't believe it when one, Tempest is up there in the confessional like, "Yeah. So, do you really like this guy?" Like, I would have reached through that screen and smacked him. Like, "Get out of my confession. Like, what is wrong with you?" That irritated me beyond no belief, but I couldn't believe that it was Dominic that had betrayed her. That one got me. And then that Ignatius was like the good upstanding priest. And then at the very end of that chapter, when Ignatius is like so pleading for her to do the right thing and stay away from Tempest. And he's like down on his knees, begging her when he wants to be down on his knees, confessing his love, but he's sticking to his orders, but he wishes he wasn't. And then he swims across the river for her and gets the boat and brings it back and takes her back and refuses the cloak. Yes, yes, you had me at hello. You had me at hello. I now love Ignatius. He is the only good guy in this book so far. Love him. Love him. So those are all my thoughts. so, so those are all my thoughts that I just shared. In case you missed that, you can unmute me now. I am going to go through the comments real quickly. Um, so maybe I should put that back up here real quick. In fact, I'm going to do that. So here's all the comments and things that you guys had to say about what happened to those chapters. Because, man, so much going on. Sorry. Hang on. Oh no. Where'd my comments go? I started the comment and now my And somehow I'm still fitting this closely into our normal 15 minutes. Okay, so Tammy said, oh, so we're going into the comment spoilers. We neglected address the short life of Willoughby. Or this is Heather saying this, sorry. Yet we neglected to yes, yes, that's true. We forgot to talk about that. And did he get no, he it seems it's it does seem like that, Heather, that like he got torn to death. Like one too many sightseeing places. But I'm guessing it was the combination of that, his his weak immune system, the dampness, the hotness, the overexertion, and then that cholera was going around. Poor Willoughby. He didn't have a chance. Which, by the way, guys, one of the interesting things that I did find was I looked up until I found an explanation of what the book The Wandering Jew is about. And apparently, in the book The Wandering Jew, one of the characters is considered to be the Wandering Jew. And everywhere he goes, cholera follows him. So, how's that for a book to book connection? And anyway, Tammy says, I loved Pauline and yeah, and Madame Honoré. Yeah, I know. They were such wonderful women. Heather says, I think all these female characters have been strong and thoughtful. I agree. I don't feel like there's a single one of them that's been like a throwaway if they've been bothered to be mentioned. And yeah, poor Willoughby. And Tammy, I think he was murdered by tourism. He was. The tourism got him in the end. And I wonder whatever happened to the letter that Rosamund gave Willoughby. Yeah, they didn't really explain that. But did she give him a letter or did she just tell him the message? That part didn't seem really clear to me. And then Tempest alluded to the fact, like, yeah, your message is going to go places. So I didn't get that. And yes, all the strong female characters. Yep. Yes. So glad that Leto is okay because I was really worried for a minute there. And yeah, Baptiste is no. He I think is actually almost worse than Tempest. And she said November is the month of suicide. Yeah, I did catch that too. Yeah. And then Philip had asked her at one point, "Oh, would you ever, commit it like by jumping off?" Like there's been a lot of little references to it over and over again. And Heather said, I couldn't believe she assumed the identity of the dead woman. I know. And she hijacked the note. I know. I didn't think that's what she was going to do. But then I was like, I guess that makes sense. But then that poor woman's family. Like, I know she felt a little guilty about it, but I was like, And Tammy said, and she dropped her handkerchief. She should have been home free. Yeah, except for Baptiste, who's like, who's the real one who's obsessed here? Is it Baptiste or is it Philip? Like, that's the real question. And still laughing about getting torn to death. Yeah, that is pretty epic. That is pretty epic. Oh gosh. So, yeah. So that'll be the end of our little spoiler section for there. So, ah, man, wow, this book, there's just so many things in it. There are characters that I hate. There are like just because they're just bad people. And there are characters that I am just loving. And there's just moments that I am loving in this book. So, like I said, like the pink is coming out more and more and more, and I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. So let me get us back. Do we want to do another hour or are we feeling 45 minutes? How are we feeling in terms of lengths of sprints? I'm pretty flexible either way still. I know as we get later, I'll probably have to do shorter sprints because my attention span will go down. But for now, I can do either length. So, and what is everybody else reading? Because I know not everybody on here with us is reading this book. So let me know what else you are reading. So Heather's in it to win it. She's saying another 60. I'm cool with that, so let's do that while we can. Tammy's with it too, because yeah, we gotta have enough time to know more. And I seem to be doing 3 chapters every 60 minutes, so that works for me because I need to know more. So, all right, let me reset our timer here real quick, and I will see you all in an hour. Welcome, welcome back. How did your sprint go? I don't even know what to say about mine anymore. I don't even know what to say about what is happening anymore. Like, spoiler or not, there's so much going on right now. So I read chapter 14 through um 17. I'm in chapter 18 now. And oh my gosh, guys, whether you're in the same place as I am, past that place, about to get to that place, I just don't even know what to say because there's so much going on. There's so much going on. Okay, let me know how you did. How did your reading go at least? No spoilers, but how far are you? What are you up to? Um, Tammy's saying, I feel so bad for Rosamund. I know. This poor girl, like every single chapter at this point. Oh my gosh, poor Rosamund. And Heather says, oh no. I know. Like, even like there's like you have moments where you're like, oh, okay, and then no. Mm-mm. Nope. It just stays as quick moments. Kathy said, got 42% for my book. Very nice. Hoping to get 75% to finished in the next sprint. Me too. Me too, Kathy. Yes, yes, yes. We are all making good progress, hopefully, in whatever we are doing. And Christina said, I read a little and chatted a lot. Again. Hey, that's fine. Sounds like you're having a good time. And Tammy said she's finished chapter 18. Yep, Tammy, it just uh, I'm halfway through 18. So I'm and Sue is on chapter 16. Ooh, you're catching up, Sue. And how are you liking it, Sue? How's it going for you? Are you like are you going back and listening to the comments that I've been saying? I don't even know what to say at this point. Heather says, I'm deep into chapter 18. I'm wholly immersed. Unbelievable. I know. I know. Sue, if you're on 16, which is what chapter is even 16? Yeah. It, I need to get to the spoiler section in a minute, but let me just. Christina said, and hubby got home, so going to chat some more while you chat about the book. I can't wait to read this. Okay, sounds good. Go chat to hubby. And yeah, heart goes out to Rosamund for sure. And Teresa says, I'm only on chapter 3, but I'm ready to read for the next hour. Yay, Teresa. I'm glad you're going to get to read. Trust me, Teresa, you're going to get to the point where you're going to be like, I was up to 3 in the morning finishing this book. Because, wow. But whatever amount you get to read, Teresa, trust me, it is good. It is worth it. You will have a great reading experience the rest of the weekend. Yeah, like, are you completely distraught, Sue? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Strong feelings. Okay. Courtney's like, come on, let's hear the spoilers. All right, let me put up my little spoiler banner here. Um, I don't even, that's not even the right chapters because Courtney, I don't even know if I can spoil it at this point because there's so much going on. So much. Okay, I did 14 through 17. Oh, all right. Pull myself together here. Pull myself together. Okay, it's trying to get me to add too many spoilers. Okay, here I go with my spoilery thoughts, and then I'm going to talk about chapters 14 through 17, and you can go ahead and put your spoilery things after my spoilers here. Okay, so we start in chapter 14, and we enter another like peaceful time in Rosamund's life. She's with the Count, the wonderful priest who I love, love, love. Ignatius has helped her escape. She's with the priest and his daughter, who she has rescued. Great. Wonderful. Things are going well. She's going to marry the guy. Yes, this makes sense. This is like the perfect escape. If she marries the count, this guy has to stop stalking her, right? Because nobody's going to allow that. And, like, I loved that, like, the Count knew her story, that Ignatius shared it and told him everything, but in the nicest way possible, and the Count was like, "I don't care, I love her anyway." Like, yes, 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 yes. Like, she deserves this goodness. And, yeah, a glimpse of happiness. And then, as they're about to go to the ball, 2 days before her wedding, who shows up? Baptiste. Where does this guy come from? He's like that bad image that like, it's getting wild. So they're going to the ball, and he's, like, at the door like, "Are you guys ready?" I I hate this guy. I hate this guy. That just killed me, that they had him show up. So then they're at the ball, and of course, then who's at the ball? Well, we all know who's gonna be at the ball now. It's gonna be Tempest, and of course, he's not where you think he's gonna be. He's somewhere else. Da da da. And what did Tempest say? I swear he said something when they were on that walk that just ticked me off. I'm sure he said many things. Oh, and then he threatens her, and he was like, "Yeah, so be with me, or I'm just gonna shoot the count." Like, what? 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 And then he's like, "And then it'll be your fault?" Like, come on, no. You're the bad guy here. No one's confused about that part. Um, yeah. So and then yeah, so now she's stuck having to try and figure out what does she do? And then chapter 16, like, don't listen to this. If you have not finished chapter 16, like, mute me because this is like big time spoiler. So so Tempest ends up figuring out that the count was previously married and that wife ended up going mad and that now the count's biggest fear is that his child's going to be mad and he's like worried about insanity. And so of course what does Tempest do? He goes, "Oh, well, you know what's really going on with Rosamund? She's insane." And she's just pretending that we weren't actually married and she's telling these nasty rumors, but that's all just part of her insanity. And what is wrong with people in this time period that they buy that? Right? Because I feel like that's what Louisa May Alcott is really getting at, is that that is how easy it is for a guy to entrap a woman. Like, "Oh, is she acting out and saying, like, I'm kidnapping her?" Just ignore that, she's mad. And everybody goes, "Oh, okay." Like, that is so messed up. And so he ruins it. He ruins her engagement, and the Count's like, "Oh, maybe that's why she's acting weird, not because she's seen the psychopath who's stalking her." And so it comes down to that moment. She's in the room with Tempest, and Tempest is like, "Okay, I'm gonna do it. Here's the guns I'm gonna use. So come with me, or I'm gonna shoot the Count." And then the Count comes in the room. He runs off because she comes running at him with the guns, which I don't know what she was thinking there. Like, no, he's gonna kill you. But then she shoots herself. I did not see that coming. I did not see that coming. Let me know if you saw that coming. I did not see that coming. I did not think she was gonna go there. So she shoots herself, and then and because wait, there's more. Chapter 17, she wakes up in a madhouse because Tempest did it. He went and said, "Okay, fine. You're gonna shoot yourself. I'm gonna tell them you're all crazy, and I'm gonna send you to recover in a madhouse." So now she's locked up in a sanatorium. This guy's evil knows no bounds. Knows no bounds. He's a wreck. He's a wreck. He is a wreck. He's mean and yeah, and then like I love the fact that Louisa May Alcott like makes no bones about what's really going on here because she says that the doctor who's like running the madhouse, if you will, is an unscrupulous, skillful charlatan who made money by lending his house for any illegal imprisonment of inconvenient people. So I'm like, thank you. Thank you for just putting it out there that he's not really a doctor. He's not really running a house for people who are insane. He just has a house where he's keeping people who are being illegally imprisoned. Truth. Truth, Louisa May Alcott. And Tempest is a psychopath who's the one who probably needs to be locked up in there and legally, illegally, all sorts of imprisoned because oh, so much is going on, and I've just gotten into 18, and that's a whole nother mess of twists and turns that I don't even know if they're plot twists at this point, but there's so much that is just going on in this book, guys. I don't even know what to say anymore at this point. So that is what I have to say. Let's see what you guys had to say. So get your last little spoilery comments in there if you have any to share or say. So we're gonna get to the spoilers. And Sue is enjoying it. I'm glad Teresa is heading out to read. Yay! Okay, yeah, yeah. Just go and just read and enjoy, Teresa. Tammy says, "Yes, I simply must finish this tonight. Yeah, I will not sleep otherwise, but probably won't sleep anyway." Yeah, true. Yeah. Sorry. I think I ruined some of your sleep for the night. I know I ruined mine because I'm totally going to be lying in bed like, because I can already tell the end of this book is going to be, I don't even know what. I don't even know what. Ah, thank you, Courtney. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. So here we go with the spoilery comments. Jaleesa, I'm with, yeah, waiting for the spoilers. It's just there's so much, guys, and that was just such a short summary of all the nonsense that just happened. And Heather says, "At the ball is where she starts going downhill." Yeah, she falls onto her knees in front of Tempest, and I was like, "Get up, get up, get up." Yes, truth, Heather, yes, because she starts losing it then, and, like, understandably, like, not losing her mind, but just, like, struggling with all this stuff that he's putting on her because now he's like, oh, added to like the shame that you're probably feeling, the fear, the stress. Now I'm going to throw some guilt on top of that that isn't even yours because I'm the guilty one, but I'm going to make you feel guilty. And there was definitely some moment, I forgot to mention this, in one of the earlier chapters where he flat out tried to gaslight that girl and he was like, oh, that didn't really happen, and I'm glad that at least at that point she was like, "Yes, it did." Like, "Stop. We're not playing that. It did happen. We're not going there. You're not gaslighting me. Move on." So, I still love Rosamund, but yeah, like, the pressure is real. Tammy said, "I just have nothing to say." I feel you, Tammy. Like, there's just so much. There's just so much. And I agree, Heather. He is. Like, he is doing her in. Like, the level of stress and, like, anxiety and everything that he is putting on this girl is, like, unbelievable. Like, what how does he think this is gonna turn out? Like, what kind of person does he think at this point would be like, "You know what? I'm tired of your stalking. You're right. Let's just go get together." Like, no, no, that's not where this is going. And Courtney says to, "Hi, Jaleesa. I'm all for the stalking." There is a lot of it, Courtney, a lot of it going on. Like the level that he is just like, if he's not there, his like aide is there, which is Baptiste. Baptiste is like his right hand man. And one of the two of them are showing up at all this girl's stuff. Like it doesn't matter where she goes. Tammy says, "Yes, Heather, he is killing her. She's only a fragment of the person she was in chapter one." I know. I know. He is like slowly breaking down all that reserve as he keeps talking about. He just wants to break her spirit. And he's doing that. But I'm like, he's not even going to like who she is by the end of that. And Heather, it was too much to expect Baptiste to redeem himself. Oh, I know. I know. I got to that part, Heather. I know. And I was like, I don't trust him. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Ugh, yeah, the tension in here is great. The tension in this book is, like, all the way up, and you're like, "Oh, I hope things are gonna work out," and you know they're not, but she still has you wanting them to and waiting for it. Yeah, and Heather says, "Tammy, I feel like this trope has been taken and redone." likely, not so at the time. True, yeah. I mean, it is a trope, like, that has existed since the 1800s, but, I would also agree that Alcott is a amazing storyteller. Yes, they are, Courtney. They are let me tell you, man, they're a piece of cake. I don't mean that in no nice way. Heather said, "Yes, I agree. This is amazing storytelling. Tons of book references. I know I am so impressed by all the allusions going on in here. So impressed by the depth of this work for what it is, because like there are just so many parts of this that are like deeper than I expected it to be." And hello, Charles. Just got home from work, ready to read. Very nice. We'll get back to reading in just a moment. And Tammy said, "I didn't see it coming either." Right, this was going back to some of the other stuff. I know, Heather, I know. I could not believe it. I could not. I did not think that was going to happen. I did not. I did not. I I don't know what I thought was gonna happen, but even when she had the guns in her hands, I did not see that coming. And yeah, yeah, yeah. It was crazy. And Courtney says, "I'm not reading book and missed quite a number of chapters, but definitely enjoying it." Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the ride, Courtney. It's a crazy story. Hello, Jamie. And we are enjoying it a lot. I forgot that you had said that you had read it. Yes, and you're not staying long tonight because you need some sleep before getting up at 5:30. That's right, because your Dewey's Readathon starts in the morning. Oh, and I forgot you were talking about that, about how early you guys were starting. Well, I hope it goes really well. But yeah, I can totally see why this is your favorite because this is a really good book on so many levels. Tammy says he will have her or she will die. I know. Yeah. He is insane. He is. Like that's literally like your mine or no one's. Like is he the OG stalker? like like seriously in a book format? And Charles says, "Listening to Kingdom of Black by Marie Lu, nice. A strange, imaginative fantasy from the perspective of W.A. Mozart's sister." Oh, I have heard about this book. How are you liking it? Let me know. Jaleesa said, "This story is becoming if I can't have you, nobody can, so I'm going to have you committed." Yeah, that's exactly where this story went, Jaleesa. That's exactly where it went. Yeah, yeah. No, he is making her life a nightmare. So, and and he's made it such a nightmare that even though she started out at the place where she was like, "No, I would never commit suicide. There's never a place or a time for it." Like that's how far he has like brought her down. That she's now at the point where she gets it. Like she would want to be there. So that's the end of all the spoilers of all types. So we will we will cease to comment on spoilery things. Tammy said yes to Jaleesa's last comment. And yeah, he seems more delusional than Joe from the book You. I don't know that book, but he is delusional. Like, but he's like so scheming. Like even in his mind, like as he's talking to her, he's constantly thinking about like how can I manipulate her now? Like what should I say to emotionally like pull her back towards me? He is like top tier manipulator. Disgusting. Can't stand him. Philip Tempest. Blech. Anyway, all right, let's go into another sprint because I got like 100 pages left, so I need at least two more sprints to finish. So, yeah, I'm gonna just say another hour because I'm still feeling pretty strong. So, you guys leave when you need to, but I'm gonna be here until I finish. Because, like Tammy, I'm not going to sleep until I do. That's pretty clear. Yeah, I don't I think that's part of his delusion, Tammy. 'Cause there's no guy like, he's the crazy one. There's no guy in his right mind who would have done all this and still think, "She wants me back. She misses me." Like, just think how crazy that sounds. Like, him being like, "She wants me," you know? Yeah, I had her committed for a time, but once she gets over that and she just, rests up a little bit, because he was just a little harsh. Like, if he had a done the low key insane asylum that I had told him to do, she'd be fine, and we'd be back together by now. No, I don't think so. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and start our timer. Oh my gosh, because yeah, we gotta finish this nonsense and see what's going on. All right, there we go. I will see whoever's left in an hour, and if anybody leaves before then, have a wonderful night. I just need I just need like 2 minutes. I just have a page and a half of this chapter left. Just give me just give me like 2 minutes. Just not even 2 minutes. Just it's like 3 paragraphs. Just hang on a second. Oh, where did I lost my place. Oh, hang on. Okay, okay, I'm almost with you. Oh my gosh. I'm at the I'm at the end of chapter 17, and if you know, you know, and I need to find out. Oh, just keep reading. Oh, oh. Oh, ugh, oh, wow. Well, how did that reading sprint go for you guys? Mine went really well. Let's see. I left off and I was in chapter 18 and I just finished chapter 22. And what happened? Um, everything. Everything just happened in those couple of minutes. Sorry. Let me see if I can fix my lighting here. So I'm not quite so I don't think that fixed anything. There we go. There we go. Um, yeah, so that was a lot. There was a lot that happened. How did your reading go? Did you read? Did you sit with your mouth just hanging open? That's been half my reading experience right now. Yeah, we'll get to spoilers in just a second. We left off and Courtney was saying he thinks she's playing hard to get. Yeah, he does. He does. He thinks yeah, he's a mess. He's a mess. Jamie said Long Fatal Love Chase was a one session read for me. Yeah. Mhm. Yep, I could see that. I had no idea what it was about when I started, me neither, and I barely put the book down till I reached the last page. Same. Ditto. Yep. Like, what? Tammy, we are so invested in these characters that do not even exist. I totally agree. Like, I'm sold out. Like, I'm like worried about Rosamund, then I'm worried about Ignatius, and then I'm like, and why is Tempest such a jerk? Hello, Donna. How are you? Good to see you up late. I'm doing well. Good to have you here on the late show with Nicole. And Christina says, "Hi, Donna. What are you reading? Yeah, what are you up to tonight, Donna?" And Donna says, "Oh, I might be reading. Or are you still reading?" That was Christina's question. And Donna said, "I might be." Christina said, "Me too." Yes. Damn, you finished? I can't wait. I'm so close. Oh, I have like 20 pages left. Oh my gosh, Tammy, did you love it? Like, Tammy said, "Thank you, Nicole. I've never had more fun reading an entire book together with friends and being able to discuss it too." Yes, yes, agreed, agreed, agreed. And yes, I hope to do more Barnacle Buddy reads as well. Yeah, so much fun. Tammy said, "This will be the first book I talk about in my April wrap up. I can't wait. Yay. I look forward to hearing your full thoughts on it, Tammy, as well as anybody else who has a channel. So if you are not subscribed to Tammy, this is her channel, Believe in Your Shelf. Wonderful channel. She does all sorts of fun, interesting video uploads. And Courtney says hello to Donna. Tammy says, "I'm going to hang out here till everyone is done. Can't wait for the upcoming conversations. I know, I know, I know. I'm so close to the end. I really want to know how this ends because what is about to happen? I don't even know." Courtney says, "I think my battery's going to die soon." Oh no, if your battery dies before we get to say goodbye, have a good night and thanks for hanging out with us, Courtney. Christina says, "I'm reading some crazy stuff." What are you reading, Christina? And, I don't get some people yeah, yeah. Hold on, just give me a s sorry, I just that's why you guys have come on here, right? Is to actually just watch me read. I just if you were just when you read it, Christina, you'll know there's some chapters you just can't stop in the middle of the chapters. Even at the end of the chapters, it's sometimes hard. Donna says hello to Courtney. Heather says, I'm in chapter 23. I'm just about to start there, Heather. Heather, are you secretly still reading even while we're talking now? Because I would be. I'd be like, uh-huh. Right, right, right. And Heather says, I think the end of chapter 22 would have made a nice ending. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I could definitely see that. Yeah. That was the chapter that I was just finishing that I was like, wait, this is like and then it got so touching. And yeah, I would have been okay if the book had ended there. I would have been like, "Hmm, yeah, okay. Okay, I get it." Donna says, I got off sprints with Nikki from Host for Pros and figured I would join you to get more of this book I'm reading. Okay. Okay. And Christina said, the dads, Donna. Oh boy. Rachel, I fell down an Instagram real spiral. Yeah, know how that works. And ooh, Tammy's giving it a 5 star. Yeah, Tammy, like this is definitely like in 5 star territory for me, which I was not expecting. And Heather says, congrats on finishing, Tammy. I'm so close. Yes, I feel seen. That's so funny. Christina, we are reading Knotted by oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't heard a lot of that, but I did hear some of what people were saying, like, be prepared. So it's a dark romance. Yeah, I'm assuming much darker than our weird romance going on here with these people. And Donna says, I'm reading Knotted by okay, and you're reading Knotted. Yes, and which you started in Vanessa Smatella. Very good. All right, let me adjust my little spoiler thing here. So what did I read? We're going to talk about chapter 18 through 22. So there's that. And you can go ahead and put any spoilers you have on chapters 18 through 22 in the comments there. So, yeah, okay. So, our friend. So, obviously, she is still. Did we talk about how she got trapped in the insane asylum? And then, oh, we did talk about that, but we didn't talk about how then Baptiste was like, oh, yeah, I feel bad for you. I'll let you out and throws her the key, but psyched her out and set her up so that then she runs away and ends up at a chateau with Tempest anyway. Like, what is wrong with this man? And then Baptiste, like, I know you're loyal and stuff, but really? And then he's like, well, I felt bad not giving her what she wanted, so I like fooled her. Like, it was just wrong. I didn't like that. Um, what did I mark here? Oh, and then when she's in the chateau and Philip is like, "Oh, I'm gonna win you back. Just watch. I'm just gonna be the man." Like classic abuser behavior. He's like, "Oh, yeah, I know I like locked you up and stuff and had you kept illegally imprisoned somewhere, but like it's fine now. Remember, I love you. Look how sweet I am. I didn't do that to you. They did that to you, and I won't let it happen to you again if only you love me." Ew. He just ew. I don't like him. I don't like him. But then I loved the ugh, when she was, like, on the verge of accepting his proposal, but then she remembered Ignatius and what basically real love actually looked like. I loved that, and that she was like, "No, no, I'm not doing this. Ignatius saved me." Like, where did Ignatius come from? I was not expecting him. And then And then literally, I was not expecting him, because then when they go for that walk outside, and he's like, "Oh, I'll go pick that flower for you on the other side of the retaining wall next to the ravine." Like, I know this was supposed to be this amazing moment, but it was so, like, just off the cuff weird that that I couldn't help but find it funny. So he's, like, holding on to this bush, trying to pick the flower for her, and then Ignatius pops up out of nowhere and pulls the bush out of the ground, so Philip falls into the ravine. Like, I don't know what it was about that moment, but that scene, I was like, What just happened here?" It was, like, just a tad too much for me, and it went from being, like, a great rescue scene to, like, kind of on the funny side. But, like, I still love that, like, Ignatius had been looking for her that whole time, like, that was just so precious. I love Ignatius now, which, by the way, my confirmation saint is Saint Ignatius of Loyola, so I'm loving Ignatius all the more for that, because 'cause I'm like, "Yeah, I see you, dude." Um, and then and then this was the second moment in the book where I was like, "Okay, okay, Louisa, like, I know you're trying to work this out," but when they're on the boat and then there's that Spanish woman who's coming around, and they're like, "When did she get on board? Where did she come from?" And then there's, like, the random police chief who's also on board with them while she's escaping with Ignatius, and then they're just, like, hanging out by the railing, and then the railing opens, and the police and the Spanish woman fall in the water, but it turns out the Spanish woman is actually Baptiste in drag. Like, that was a moment that I was like, "Okay, like, back up a little bit. You're going a little too deep just to make this work." Like, that was kind of another crazy moment for me. But I did like the scene where Baptiste finally got arrested. Like, that was good. I don't know how I feel about the police officer being like, "We know you've been traumatized and been going through a lot, but can you help us capture this guy?" But I guess that really does happen. But I'm glad that Baptiste is, like, captured, going back to prison, out of the picture, like, "Thank you, bye-bye. I don't need you anymore," because he was almost more relentless than Philip, like, "Where can I get help like that?" It's like, I'll stalk somebody for you forever." Okay. Um Oh, and then she finally decides to go to Mrs. Tempest, which, like, I get. Like, I like that Louisa's not even giving into the whole, like, women are bitter and would never, like, give in. But, like, let me ask you, like, if you were in this crazy scenario, would you be the Mrs. Tempest who would say, "Yeah, no, I get that you're more like I am than, like, he is?" Or would you be like, "Nah, that chick's not coming up in my house. Like, good luck. Good luck on your own." I think I would feel more like Mrs. Tempest and more like we were both wronged and I get it. Like, I don't know if I would have done it exactly like she did, but I would have definitely had more respect for her. And then we get the reveal of who, um Ignatius really is, that he used to be this sort of heroic figure. And then we have that tense scene where Philip shows up at the house and he's signing the last of the divorce papers so that Mrs. Tempest can finally have, like, custody of her son, but then he hears them, and then he's, like, breaking down the door, and then that awesome moment when, like, he goes to open the door expecting to find his son and be like, "What's my son doing here?" And who does he see other than Rosamund? And Rosamund's like, no. I'm done. I'm not hiding anymore. I'm not running anymore. I'm telling everybody what you actually did to me." And she's, like, all up in his face, and she's telling the guys, and they're all coming to her, and I was like, "Yeah, you tell it, Rosamund. Stop being in shame and, like, put it out there and make them realize he's the crazy person that he is." So, I liked the fact that, like, and then I really appreciated that moment with him and Ignatius in the park where like they're wrestling. Ignatius has got the upper hand, but then Ignatius doesn't go too far with it. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to show you in every way I'm the better person. And here's your path. And like, no, I'm going to be the better person the whole time. Like, I'm not going to leave the priesthood for her. Like, I'm going to do right by God, you, me, her, everybody. Yeah. So those are my thoughts. I'm going to read what your thoughts are on this part. Hopefully, somewhere I put a little thingy. Nope, I didn't, but I found where I was. So Teresa said, I think I'm going to go and read and watch all this again later. I will catch you all on Monday. Okay, sounds good, Teresa. I definitely am looking forward to hearing what you think on Monday. And yeah, do come back and watch it and laugh along. Heather says the scene on the moor, the fight scene, yes. I thought like I started tearing up because like I thought that was just that was the part that I was reading when I was like, I need 2 more minutes. It was like the very end of that. But that was so good. It was so tense, and you were like rooting for Ignatius, and then you were like, oh no, okay, I am glad that he stopped, but I kind of wanted him to hit his head on a stone a little bit. But it was, like, so well done, and then, like, the part where he was like, "No, dude, look, you, like I think you could still be a better person." I don't, but, I'm glad that Ignatius does. Yeah, that was a good scene. Christina, yes, you're reading an old dark romance, and we are reading a newer dark romance. Not sure where the romance is, though, hopefully coming soon. Oh, yeah, I hope so. Yeah, ours has definitely had some romance, not by Philip, because Philip's a hot mess, but there are other romances in there. And Sue said, "I'm muting you. Yes, do, Sue. You don't wanna know." Jaleesa, "Ugh, I wish I wasn't training right now. I'll have to replay this part." Yes. Do so. Oh, Heather, what a great scene. Yes, yes, that was such a great scene. Ah, I loved it. Heather, this whole book is so psychologically deep. Yep, she got the narcissist pegged. Yep, she's really shown someone getting whittled down. Yeah, I know. She's gotten like the dark relationship and like just how like emotionally and psychologically abusive a person can be. She like it almost makes me wonder if she had like experience with that because I feel like she's touched on it on so many levels so well. And Heather said, Tammy, I felt like I was watching Netflix for that scene. Yeah, there's a couple of points in this book that I was like, ah, this would be a movie. And Tammy says, oh, that was funny at the the ravine. Yeah, bye Philip. Like it reminded me of like the good son, like, ah. It was a little crazy. And Heather said, "I kind of felt like they should have looked over into the ravine after he fell." Yeah, like, is he down there? Like, what like, they saw him tumble into it, but I would have needed some reassurance because Philip's definitely one of those people where it would have, like, turned into some scary story with him limping back. "I'm still gonna get you." Tammy said, "One thing I love about this book is we go through all the emotions, even laughter." Yep, so true. Heather agrees as well. Yes, definitely. And Baptiste will stop at nothing. I know. Like I said, I think Baptiste is crazier than Philip. He's like, well, he helped me out. He saved my life. So, oh well. And Heather, I had a rumor he got shot, but I don't believe anything right now. I know. I don't either. Like they're all alive. Nobody's dead. Everybody's still coming for you. Tammy said, but Baptiste in drag going overboard would be something I'd like to see. Right. That was the part that I was like, I need a film of this. Like falling into the water and his wig and dress falling off. Like what the heck? And Heather, those women need to stick together. Yeah, so true. In that closet, he finds Rosamund reborn. Yes, yes. Like she came out and she came back. It was mm, that was she was my girl again right there. Yes, yes, and Tammy agrees too. And Tammy says, "I wish Louisa was still alive and we could all go to lunch with her tomorrow." Oh, yeah. How epic would that be, Tammy? Yes, totally. Because 'cause I'd have so many questions, like author chat, all the things. Rachel says, I love coming to see these read-alongs with zero context, purely for the comments and discussion. Popcorn, illustrate. Well, it, it writes out for you what your emoji is. But yeah, no, I'm with you. Yes, love it, love it, love it. Okay, so I need like one more sprint. Let's see how many pages I have left. I have like 20 pages. So would everybody be good with like one more 30-minute sprint? Would that help? Like, would that give you enough time? I don't know I think you're ahead of me, Heather. So would that give you enough time to finish? And Heather, this book makes Louisa seem so modern. I think so too. I really think so too. Like, there's some parts of it that I think to modern audiences might feel a little overly dramatic, but I feel like this is such a different. Oh, I can take this down. I feel like this book is such a different take on Louisa Alcott than what we're normally think of when we think of her. Like, I feel like, dude, like, I feel like sort of robbed that Little Woman now is the only book that of hers that I feel like is very well known at all. But yeah. Okay. So 30 minutes is plenty for Heather. I know Tammy's already done. Go get yourself a snack or some tea or something or stretch or whatever, or just sit there and relax. And I will be back in 30 minutes. So let me get my timer reset. I'm so excited to finish this book because because I do feel like chapter 22 semi resolves quite a bit. So I am kind of curious, like, how are we going to finish this last little section out? But let's find out because it's already 12:30, so that's going to take us to 1 o'clock. Okay, here we go. Our last sprint. I'll put that banner up. Happy reading. Okay. I know it hasn't binged yet. Let me know if you still need 2 more minutes, but I maybe I need another minute. Hey, Nikki. I'm just going to quietly start talking in case you still need that last minute or so. I am. I am. I'm still absorbing this. Where, where do you start? Where do you start? I, I don't even know. I mean, it was only a chapter or two that I had left. So, okay, there's only 48 seconds left of the timer. So let's just get into it. Oh my gosh, guys. Okay, one, this was such a good book. I so enjoyed this on a whole nother level that I was not expecting. Like, I thought it would be good. I thought it would be fun. I thought it would be funny, if nothing else. I don't know what you guys were expecting, if anything, but I just thought it would be interesting. I did not expect this book to be so good in so many different ways. Like, it was entertaining, it was exciting, it was well written, it was really deep. There were some interesting themes. It was such a good insight into like just abusive relationships and the struggle that women have in even being in a relationship and in life in general and desiring autonomy and how hard it can be to get in life in a variety of different ways, right? Um, uh, Such a good book. I'm so surprised and impressed and pleased and all sorts of other things. So, okay, let me take Nikki's comment off for a second. Um, so you can put your spoil comments in the comments. I've put a space for that. Um, I'm just going to put up a banner for just flat out spoilers in general. So, I mean, okay, one, Philip can't stop, won't stop. Like, dude, let it go. Because he shows back up at their house yet again. And like, first I'm gonna be the voyeur at the window, and then I'm just gonna walk in unannounced. And like, what is wrong with this guy? He's like, oh, weird. They all look scared to see me. You think? You think? And, I'm just glad that they were just like, "Whatever." I don't know how I feel about, like no, no, I know how I feel about it. Don't let him get back with your son. No. Like, the guy is deranged. He has problems. The last thing you want like, yeah, okay, fine. His son knows he has a father. There he is. You saw him. Bye-bye because you don't want your son hanging out with this guy. Like, I'll see you later when you're ready to have some fun. No, no, you won't. No, you will never. Like, oh, yes. And yeah, ask your questions, put your comments because I see you saying, Heather, when we get to spoilers, I have some questions. Ask away. Um, but oh my gosh, it was so good. It was so good. Christina was asking Nikki, did you read more of Knotted? Heather said 5, but I do like the end of 22 ending because I like the vague possibility of redemption. I do too, Heather. I do too. Yeah, after those last two things, I liked the more open ending. Like, I get it. It wasn't such a thing at that time, so that to me is the reason for the last two. chapters. But man, those last 2 chapters and then the last chapter, how it ends, and I mean, like, I knew it was gonna end in tragedy, right? And you knew it was gonna end with that scene with the old man and him in the background and her dead. Like, that was heavily foreshadowed. But I still can't believe he ran down their boat. Like, what what level of psychoticness do you have? And then, as if that wasn't enough, he finishes it off in the very last, like, sentences of the book with stabbing himself and then holding her and being like, "She's mine. First mine, last mine, mine till the grave." The guy's a psycho. Like, did Alfred Hitchcock base that movie off of this guy? Maybe he did, because he was just crazy from beginning to end, like, the whole time, and he just got more so, but I don't know. I loved Ignatius. He was definitely my favorite guy. There were other guys that I appreciate, like, she didn't make all the men in the book, like, jerks and backstabbers. Like, you had enough, like, spots of better men that it wasn't, like, a man bashing. Um, but I really liked the women. Like, the women were really the star of the show in this one, especially Rosamund. Like, she was my favorite from the beginning. You know, she got torn down, she built herself back up. Yeah, A plus plus plus. Tammy, it was a page turner. Yes, I absolutely agree. So does Heather. Nikki says hi to Christina. No winding down for bed, but wanted to stay high and sneak the like button. Thank you, Nikki. And Heather says, when we get to spoilers, oh, yeah, 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 I already mentioned that. So if you have questions, so ask away. Ditto to everything. Philip was a cad. Yes, yes, he was. Like, he was so much. He was so much, but he was, and it's interesting because in a lot of ways, he was kind of a one-dimensional character, but in other ways, he wasn't. Like, she kind of made it work. Because you kinda kept feeling like maybe he'll change, but it kinda worked that he never did. And Heather said, "So what happened? Why was Rose in the little boat?" Yeah, I don't feel like they explained that well. Like, 'cause it was kind of explained in the omniscient narrator saying what the grandfather said. So my understanding is that what happened was she took off in the Osprey because her and Ignatius were taking the boat over to the island that her grandfather lives on. And so her and Ignatius were supposed to both get in the Osprey, but then Ignatius couldn't find his wallet. He went back into the hotel for it. When he came back out, the Osprey with Rosamund on it had already left to go to the island. And so he was like, "What the heck's that about?" So then, Ignatius gets in another boat to follow her, and then Philip and Circe is following both of them. But it's a foggy afternoon, becoming dusk, things are dark and cloudy and hard to see. And my understanding is what happens is by the time Circe catches up with Ignatius's boat, he's like, "We're just gonna run that boat over," thinking that he's basically gonna kill Ignatius. So they come up on Ignatius's smaller boat, runs it over, and he's like, "And we're leaving them." Um, and then he gets there, and the Osprey has arrived. What um I'm getting their names all messed up here. What Philip apparently didn't realize was that uh Ignatius caught up to Rosamund's boat, and Rosamund got on Ignatius's boat. Not really sure why. I didn't feel like that part was explained well. Like, so basically what ended up happening was even though they left separately, Ignatius and Rosamund ended up on the same boat halfway to the island, and then Philip came along and ran their boat over. and so they both ended up in the water, and she ended up dying, like, she didn't make it. Um, but I felt like for that being such an important event, I felt like that was like I was like, "Wait, what? What? I don't understand what you're saying here." I'm guessing that's because, she didn't get to edit it herself. So, yeah, he was horrible, Tammy. But let me know if that clarifies, Heather, because I was a little like, is it because it's 1 in the morning that this is hard to understand, or did that part not get written well? Tammy says, "I agree, the boat thingy was yeah, yeah, it was." No, he ran down the right boat, but at some point she switched boats, right? I might have to read it again in the morning. That part. And hello, Jamie. Wow, just got home and saw you're still on. Based on your current reactions, I'm believing so nothing gets spoiled. Looks like I really need to get to read this now. Yes, yes, yes. And yeah, if you stayed, it was all getting spoiled. And Tammy says, I loved the whole mirror moment again. Yep, that was brilliant. Always love a good moment like that. I think Louisa was keeping redemption from being an option because Tempest was supposed to represent Satan, but I don't know. I kind of like Satan seeing the light. Yeah, I mean, I felt like if it had ended at the end of 22, it would have left the option open, which I feel like would have at least had that, like, there's always that potential and hope. I don't know. The book started and finished in the same location with the vision becoming reality. Yep. Yep. You're welcome. That's the closest my explanation is. But I agree that, like, for such a crucial event to happen, it's like that was probably the poorest explanation there could have been, and it was just a weird setup for how it got explained. But yeah, so we're gonna go with that. We're gonna go with that. Somehow they got on the same boat and then he plowed them down. That part was clear. The fact that he had his boat run over a smaller boat is clear. And he obviously messed up whose boat it was, or she wasn't where she was supposed to be, or whatever. That's all I know. So that is it for tonight. That is all the comments that I can see. That is all the things that I can possibly spoil. Um, I am so glad that I picked up this book at that bookstore that was going out of business. I mean, this is what I saw on the thing. And honestly, if her name hadn't have been in such big letters, I would have never I would have never seen this. Like, if these words had have been flipped around, like if these large letters had have been the name of the book and the small ones had have been Louisa May Alcott, I would have never picked up this book because I was looking mainly for classics, and this spine does not look like a classic, and it was just rows of books. But this was great. So thank you guys for joining me. Thank you for reading this. I hope you had as much fun with this as I did. It was definitely fun to be able to talk with you guys in real time as we were reading it. If you're rewatching this later because you weren't able to make it or keep up or whatever, I hope you still have a good time rewatching it. Feel free to leave comments on YouTube, and I will respond to those because trust me, I will still be more than happy to keep talking about this book. But it was a time. So thank you for everybody who came, who read whatever, who just hung out, who chatted. I really appreciate you guys. This would not be fun without you here. So yeah. Tammy says, lots of fun. Thanks. You're very welcome. And thank you for all of you who stayed. I mean, there's still like at least 13 of you on here with me. So thank you for all you night owls. And Heather said, best night ever. Great book, great company. Totally agreed. Thank you for all your comments, Tammy and Heather, and sticking around this whole time. And Jaleesa, I'm so glad. Yes, yes, we enjoyed the book. Thank you for hanging out with us, Jaleesa. I knew you'd probably be on because I know you like a good late night. Definitely. And Glinda, thank you. You're very welcome. I will see you next time. You're welcome, Sue. Yes, go finish it. Enjoy. And yeah, so thank you for everybody who was talking in the comments. Thank you, like I said, to everybody who's just been hanging out, even if you haven't commented and you've just been lurking in the background. And thank you for everybody who's going to watch this in the future, and give the video a thumbs up if you want to keep doing these in the future. And I know I do. So that is it for tonight. Let's all go and pretend we're going to sleep. I'm gonna be thinking about that boat incident and trying to figure out how that happened and rereading that while I drink my coffee in the morning. But anyway, I guess I will talk to you guys next time. Have a wonderful weekend and a great night, and I'll see you later. Bye.